All right, good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board and valued community representatives, I welcome you all to this evening's assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chair, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. As we engage in our deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions will have on the lives of all, keeping in mind we are residents like you. It is our duty to maintain transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in our proceedings, ensuring that the voices of all are heard and respected. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 Saco Planning Board to order. I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, myself, Matt Provenzel, the chair of the Planning Board, and with us we have our vice chair to my left, Joyce Larry Clark, along with Planning Board members Jeff Bruscio, Catherine Palini, and to my right, Jim Mollier. With us we have our staff members. We have Lisa Harmon, our compliance manager. We have Charles Teddeman, our city planner, and we have with us this evening as well. So I can't remember everyone's names. I'm sorry. Ben Smith, our consulting city planner, on a few items with us this evening. I apologize. Okay, my list here. Our first item on our agenda this evening is our review and approval of our minutes from our past meetings. We have minutes from 10/21, 11/4, and we also have site walk notes from 11/4 as well. Do board members have any comments, edits on any of those items?
Mr. Chair, I do, but maybe we should kind of go through in order, starting with the November 4th.
You mean October 21st?
Sure.
That's okay.
Yeah, in order as presented, whichever one you would like.
Well, let's go all this first. Let's take care of our October 21st minutes.
I had no edits on that draft.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the minutes of the October 21st meeting.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional comments or edits on that motion? All right, those in favor of accepting the 10/21 minutes as presented. Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. 11/4 meeting minutes. Jeff, you mentioned a couple comments or edits.
The meeting minutes from 11/4 thought was a little bit brief on our workshop items, and I kind of reread it. I think it's okay. I just wanted to note that we had quite a bit of discussion about the on-site parking spaces required versus proposed. The trash receptacle and truck turning movement templates as well. It's in there. It's pretty brief. I don't know. I guess we could leave it. It's just the change of note takers, I believe, is kind of changing the minutes a little bit. So, unless other board members feel we should put some more emphasis on those items, because
Any thoughts from board members?
Well, Mr. Chair, I mean, it does talk about traffic improvements, turn lanes, limited parking. I know what you mean, Jeff. I mean, it was much more of a lengthy discussion than you might think from this summary, except for the fact that then the meeting was called to order at 6:37. But I mean, I think what's important is the applicant left knowing what our concerns were, so I think we're fine as drafted.
Any other thoughts?
I'd be
Yeah.
fine with that. It's a non-binding, it was a workshop, so I think that, you know, somebody could watch the video, so I'm fine with it as it is.
Okay.
So with that, I would move to approve the November 4th, 2025 meeting minutes as drafted.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion? Are those in favor of accepting the meeting minutes as drafted for 11:4? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Moving along to our November 4th site walk notes. Any comments, edits on that item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd probably just change the names of the members of the public to members of the public instead of abutters, because I'm quite sure that some of those in attendance are not abutters to the property. But we didn't take people's addresses, so it would really be impossible to break down between abutters and neighbors and members of the public.
Okay, that verbiage,
Yeah. If
I'm
it-
looking for that verbiage quickly here. Do you?
Right at the top, under attendance.
Also present.
A number of people are listed as abutters, and I'm quite sure not all of them are, so I would probably just change it to members of the public and then list the members of the public.
I see what you're saying. You're just saying scratch a butter after each
Right.
person's name. Okay. Any other thoughts or questions? Does that make sense, Charles and Lisa, what we're looking for? All right. Jeff?
So that was one of my concerns too, Mr. Chair, but also under 2, site walk paragraph 2, it seems like the sentence is kind of open-ended. It reads, the first private road access to 9 units, and the second private road will provide, and it just kind of stopped. So I think we need to declare that that second private road will provide access to the remaining units.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I agree with that.
Then it also continues on to the second entrance for the project was pointed out as well. And I was just a little bit confused because there is no second entrance to this project.
So we can, what if we adjust that to, I guess we can say the continuation of the road, or what? Do you have a preference there? And
Might want to just delete that
I
sentence.
would strike the whole sentence because
okay,
It's probably shorthand for something. Lisa can't read her own handwriting.
okay.
Mr. Chair, that was actually a recording that I did while we were out there so that I could try to catch everything. So there might have been somebody that mentioned a second entrance, and that was why that was included. I'm not sure what happened with some of those, but if you'd like, we can get this cleaned up and then bring them back for the next meeting so that you could look at them again.
That's going to be my, that's going to be my suggestion. Thank you. So we'll adjust the second sentence in that second paragraph, I guess, and then we'll strike that sentence as well. Any other questions, thoughts, or edits on this? All right, so we'll get that amended by staff, and we'll get a revision to us at our next meeting. Okay. So if we could, can we get a motion to ask staff to revise based on our comments and present at our next meeting?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we request that staff revisit the site walk notes from the Tuesday, November 4th site walk and return at our next sequential meeting with an updated draft report.
Second.
Great, thank you, Jeff, for the motion and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, continuing along, our next item is our Planning Board Public Hearing Guidelines. This is a document that the planning staff and the planning board puts together. This is a digital version, and there's a hard copy version that everyone can review, and this just outlines how we proceed through our meetings. If anyone has any questions, let us know, and we'll do our best to answer those. Our next item is our public comment period. This is an opportunity for any residents to come before the board and ask any general planning questions, bring any concerns. If there are any comments specific to an application, please hold those and we can address those once that item has come before the board within our agenda for the evening. We do have a full agenda this evening that we'd like to get through. But if there are any members of the public, again, that would like to come before the board and ask any general planning questions, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We will collect those comments and do our best to address them appropriately. All right, seeing no participation this evening, we will continue with our applications and public hearings for review this evening. Our first item on our agenda, item 7A, is 830 Portland Road, map 59, lot 10. This is a application of completeness review for a site plan review, and this is within the Portland Road zoning district. And Charles, I believe this applicant has requested that we table this item this evening to a later date.
Yes, the applicant received the comments from the engineer, and those are part of your memo as well. But based on this and the letter of request for voluntary compliance that was sent earlier this year, the applicant is kind of debating whether or not to address those issues in light of future plans on the site. So for right now, they're going to table it, and we're going to work to see if they're going to move forward with this application or submit a revegetation plan. But right now, they're just requested to be tabled for now as they, kind of work through that.
Okay, great.
With that, Mr. Chair, I would move that we table item 7A for 830 Portland Road per the applicant's request to a later date, at which time they can appeal to staff to request to be on a future agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion on the motion to table to a future date on this item? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is item 7B. This is Jenkins Road, map 90, lot 16, and this is a preliminary subdivision and site plan review from Mazoin Development and BH2M. This is an application of completeness review for a 14-lot, single-family subdivision in the West Residential Zoning District. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures on this item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did prepare the deed from Shirley Meserve's estate to Mazoin Development, but I have not been involved with the sale to them or the project. So I believe I can be neutral in this, but I wanted to disclose my connection.
Great, thank you, Joyce. Board members, any reservations on Joyce's participation? And any from the applicant this evening?
None from me.
All right, great. And with that, anything additional on this item, Charles, from staff?
None at this
Before we
time.
begin? All right, great, thank you. All right, with that, we have the applicant with us this evening. If you want to go ahead and give us a presentation, if you would, go ahead.
Certainly. James Lowry with BH2M, here on behalf of Mazoin Development LLC. As noted in the Planning Board memo, this is a 14-lot residential subdivision off of Jenkins Road. It's up sort of on the, I guess, the northerly extent of Jenkins Road. It is in the, it's a 24-acre parcel in the west residential zone, which requires a minimum of 30,000 square feet in that residential area. It does have, because of the overall length of the road, a portion of it is proposed as to be offered for acceptance by the city at some point. Once you get up through and beyond the cul-de-sac, the proposed cul-de-sac, a portion of the road, about 500 feet, will be remain as private. That has a hammerhead turnaround at the end. And I apologize. I assumed, do you guys have a plan in front of you on the TVs? I have a presentation board if you want me to grab that.
We have digital copies in front of us on our machines here,
Okay.
but if there's,
There's nothing in particular that I need to, point out, but I was assuming, first time I've been in front of Saco in a number of years, and was
Sure.
assuming there may be a display for you all, so I didn't bring that up. The long and short of the rest of the items that I had was the project will be served by individual wells and septic systems, underground utilities. There are a few areas dedicated for stormwater management. They are in the proposed areas to be conveyed to the city between lots 4 and 5, then another between lots 6 and 11. The wetland delineation was done this past spring. Those are all shown on the plans. No streams were identified during that task. One vernal pool was located, which is on Lot 5. That was deemed not to be significant per the DEP guidelines. And we will have a little over 4,100 square feet of wetland impacts. That is below the threshold for DEP permitting, but it does require permitting through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which has been submitted to them for their review. And that's all I was planning on going over with you all today.
all right, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Looking at, this is an application of completeness, review, so it looks like you've submitted all of the required information except mentions perhaps a landscape plan needs to be prepared. Do you have that in the works?
We had proposed, we do have street trees proposed on the plan. I don't know if that was overlooked in the review. Both a note is included on the subdivision plan, as well as a note and the symbols for street trees on the plan and profile sheets. So while there may be further discussion of vegetation to be preserved through the process, especially on the private road section, which are the lot numbers that they noted there, we feel we did submit a landscaping plan.
So you're suggesting that all you may need to do is tweak that plan somewhat to be more clear to Parks and Recreation what you're proposing to do with trees on the site?
Well, the street trees that are proposed are shown on the plan. But there was a question, a follow-up, the second part of their comment was with regard to lots 13, 14, 7, 8, and 10, which are up in the section of the road that will remain private, where no street trees are proposed. So if we work through the process and they need to see language where areas could be designated for vegetation to be preserved, we'll work through that.
And then the second issue was the site had a site location development license issued by the DEP in around 2005. Does it look like that's going to need to be amended in any way?
So a little confusion on that comment. The site is undeveloped. We are not aware of any site location of development permit that was issued. I've reviewed the DEP's website with their data and haven't come up with anything for our property. There was also, so that being said, we've also researched the deeds to the properties and haven't come up with anything there. So not quite sure the genesis, and Charles may be able to explain on that a little more since it was his comment, but we're not aware of any existing site location of development permit for the property.
All right.
I think,
Jim,
excuse me, I think, Jim, that may have been a carryover comment from another.
From the 830 location.
Yeah, I can
I've not shown it
provide a
twice.
little clarity there, and I spoke with the applicant's team about this as well. The comment was not so much that might be a remnant from a different project, but there was a comment on main DEP from the city engineer, B on page 1 of the engineer's memo, where it says that if a DEP site location permit's required, if there's a 15th and 16th lot to be conveyed. And that's something what we want to confirm with the applicant. We already were touched base on that. But it's not that there was an existing permit, that it might be required depending on how DEP considers those 15 and 16th lots, which the applicant is proposing to convey. So we're looking for clarification on that, but not something that is, an immediate concern for completeness.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can speak to that a little bit if the board cares. The criteria there is, I think, wasn't wholly explained in the comment from the city engineer. Ultimately, 15 lots or more is a general rule of thumb for needing a site location of development permit for a subdivision through the DEP. That comes with a little bit of a caveat that the project area is greater than 30 acres. This overall site is less than that, about 24 acres. So really, we don't hit that starting point to even think about the number of lots because we're not triggering the 30-acre threshold.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions from board members? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had a couple of questions. I didn't see any waiver requests. no waiver request for a dead-end street over 1,000 feet. Looks like the first section that's being offered up for public acceptance, according to the road profile, is 1,250 to 1,300 feet long to its end.
And that includes the full length around the cul-de-sac? Perhaps we can clarify that with planning, or with the city engineer, Public Works Department. I think our thought was that the length of the road was less than 1,000 before you hit that intersection with the cul-de-sac. And, if that does require a waiver, we can work through that, but we were thinking that it may not, because of that it wasn't, it was less than 1,000 feet before you get to the cul-de-sac.
So it's a 300-foot cul-de-sac?
It's pretty, yep. The length of it as you go around sort of the circumference.
I guess we always viewed that, particularly where you're going to use the cul-de-sac to gain access to a private road, which is then going to yield frontage for an additional 4 lots. I think that would be included in the length of the dead end, but we can have you check with engineering on that. I had questions. I know that the checklist said that there was no lighting plan needed, but there was a lighting plan submitted for the section that's going to be offered up for public city acceptance. So I believe there needs to be a photometric plan provided for that.
These are just a handful of streetlights.
That is correct.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes.
I too picked up on that copy and paste, I think, for the site location development, and I believed it was from the Portland Road application previously. Was wondering how you were planning on handling the open space. Are you planning on paying a fee in lieu of creating open space that would be offered up for the subdivision?
In lieu of not creating open space?
Yes.
Is that what you? Yeah, we have not proposed any other than what's to be conveyed to the city. Yeah, well, I will confirm that with the applicant and work through that with city staff.
I had some questions. Your road, the private road agreement, and I don't know if this was some boilerplate that you were using, but it gives very specific options if both sections were to remain private in that. And that would not be permitted because you can't have a private road serving more than 4 lots, and you would have 14. So I didn't know if that should be corrected, because the private road that you have permitted after the cul-de-sac would make sense at serving 4 buildable lots.
And I'll look at that. Sometimes that type of language is included in to cover an interim term before the city would accept that public part of the road, or public part of the road. So, but I'll review that.
Yeah, it seemed like it was pretty specific because it gave the proposed road names and everything. It was pretty well drafted.
Yep.
I mean, it was very well drafted about the expectations of the neighborhood. And yeah, so I had the 4 lots. I did pick up that, staff had put down a hydrogeological assessment was not required. I wanted to point out the new staff that, the staff can't make that determination. It's the board has to make that determination. And given that all the test pits had limiting factor of water from, I think it was 15 to 20 inches, I was like, oh, where's that? That's usually a concern. Anything under 48 inches has been a concern historically. But then I noticed you had the hydrogeological assessment in there.
Yep.
So thank you very much for preparing that. And I guess I had more of a board question. I think we want to talk about that in our peer review, given the sites and the flow and the developments taking place in that area. And that'll be kind of a post acceptance for the groundwater supply and concerns there on the aquifer. So the photometric plan, sidewalks were included. The road agreement, I think Mr. Chair, those were the questions that I had, but I kind of felt like with some of those items missing, that it wasn't necessarily complete. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any other comments from board members? Joyce?
I did have a question about the areas to be conveyed to the city of Saco. Is one of them almost looks, between 4 and 5, almost looks like it's designed to be a right-of-way to the land behind. Is that just an accident of the shape of the property, or is there some plan to
No,
extend the road at some point?
that area coincides with one of the above-ground stormwater management basins. That is required to be on a lot that's conveyed to the city. So both of those parcels that are identified to be conveyed to the city, if you look at the plan and profile sheets, are part of the stormwater management system.
Okay, so they're not necessarily connecting this property?
No,
to anything
I
else.
think,
In
and
fact,
once
it
you have that infrastructure in place, it would be
There
next
wouldn't be a
to
connection.
impossible to make that connection.
Sure. Well, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Joyce. Jeff?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Joyce's question prompted one that I thought of during the day today. I was wondering if we could have staff check, unless some of the more senior board members remember. I can't remember, I think it's the lot behind there that's labeled map 91, lot 3. I believe that there was a condition of approval, I think it was Great Lots of Maine, when they were building the lots that all fronted on Jenkins Road, that there would be no further subdivision of that parcel. I just want to confirm that it is the lot that's behind. Yeah, well, they have it labeled as Jake and Jennifer Preble. But, you know, when we think of connectability and future growth, this is an opportunity. You'd obviously want to think of that future connectivity, but I thought that that parcel had a condition of approval because there was concern where they weren't making a subdivision. They were putting in like 6 individual lots that all gained their frontage on an arterial road. And I think some of the community brought up concerns, and the board might have put a condition in.
I don't think it's this property.
Not the property
Not-
that
I
we're
don't-
talking about here, the one behind. Because I'm sure that people in
Map
the area.
91, lot 3.
Map 91, lot 3, I think is the one that went all the way down.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we've been, I mean, we've been across the road from this property before, but I don't think we've been anywhere near this site previously.
It was a very large tract, kind of the corner of Flag Pond and Jenkins when they started putting those 6 individual lots, and this parcel looped up behind. And we kind of said, hey, why isn't there going to be a road? And I thought the condition, it was at least discussed. I just wonder if it's
This
documented.
is the other side of Jenkins, though,
No.
before the brook. This is. I guess we'll have to see it on a bigger.
Maybe it was the brook, maybe it was the crossing of the brook, but
Yeah, and this is Brooks down here.
Well, we can ask staff to just verify that this doesn't
Show us a
create
bird's eye view.
conflict with any abutting, you know, approved site plans. I don't remember I do recall the one that you're talking about. I thought it was on the opposite side of Jenkins myself, but not a problem. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? So Jeff hit my topics that I had as well. So we had landscape, we do have street trees, but I think landscape in the overall context of audio and visual buffers. The photometric plan, you had a question, Jeff, as well, on the length of the road. What else do we have? Talked about the DEP comment. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything? Any of your notes there? No. So with that, I think those are the items, James, that I think we're looking for. A couple of them, I guess, landscaping plan, you've begun that, so I think development on that, the photometric, and confirming a few of the items with staff to the degree whether it requires a waiver or not.
It would, I understand the waiver provision in the question there. With the others, would that preclude the application from being deemed complete, as they're fairly, especially, the road maintenance agreement was submitted. Certainly, there may be some language we can clean up. The photometrics plan, I think will be fairly benign because they are just standard street lights. Didn't know if there was any consideration of that to be able to, continue the process forward, and we can certainly, work through your comments and concerns as we work with staff to address other comments we've received.
Sure. That's up for the board's discussion. We have, Charles, it looks like we still have this on January 6th for a potential public hearing. And we haven't got to our question yet, whether the board would like to conduct a site walk on this property. I think that would be good. So what we've done, James, is the board has found in some instances, and perhaps this would be acceptable as well to the board, the board gives our feedback. We look for a few of these items, and the board on previous projects have made a motion to continue and schedule public hearing for January 6th and continue application of completeness review for that evening, schedule a public hearing, and we kind of wrap up and tackle everything all at that same date. So that would be, we can finish that discussion with the board and then schedule a site walk between now and then.
Okay.
What we like to do is get input from the Conservation Commission. They'll review projects as well, and they put together some reports for us. So that's where that's how we historically kind of bring them together. But any other thoughts from board members or questions, concerns, or Jeff?
Well, I'm thankful because it was a very well-prepared, very detailed application, and I think we want to note that. But at the same time, if the dead-end street length exceeds what the city engineer and staff deem as 1,000-foot, we need the waiver, right? We can't grant it without the waiver, or it greatly changes their proposed layout. Site walk is important. Conservation Commission, we haven't talked about a tree inventory. Do we need a tree inventory? Are there trees of significant importance on this lot? We don't know that yet. The lighting plan, I feel like having, one piece missing is something that we could easily walk by. There's 4 here, and I think, in my opinion, I would rather not deem it complete tonight. They've done excellent work. Let's keep it forward. Let's go ahead and schedule our site walk. Let's get the Conservation Commission's review. And then if you want, we can try to, hold their place at the next meeting and then find complete then. Or if you want to do both, advertise a public hearing if we can without a complete application, But I don't want to hold them up, but I also think we need to start saying that this application is not truly complete at this point and not find on it tonight. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Jim?
Mr. Chair, I certainly don't want to hold someone up over a very small issue, but those 2 issues in particular that Jeff noted, I think, are together they're significant enough that if we simply continue application of completeness to January 6th and schedule a public hearing at the same time, we're really not delaying the project in any way, but we're giving the applicant an opportunity to go and fix those problems. So unless someone else has a comment, Mr. Chair, I'll move to continue this matter for application of completeness until January 6th, 2026, and at the same time schedule the public hearing in this matter.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
Yeah, I'll second.
Motion by Jim, second by Joyce. Thank you. Any additional discussion? Jeff?
Should we amend that motion to include that we will schedule a site walk interim, or do we not need to include that, I think?
Well, I was thinking we would do that right after we move this date out, then
Okay.
discuss the sidewalk.
Yeah, and hopefully within that time, the applicant, with the help of staff, can figure out whether you need to submit a waiver request for the private road.
Certainly, and I very much appreciate, I made the request under the presumption that, you know, we wouldn't be able to keep moving forward with a public hearing. So I appreciate your consideration of that and being able to keep that on task for January.
Any other discussion? All right, those in favor of the motion to continue this application of completeness review to January 6th, 2026, and schedule a public hearing for that same evening. Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, would the board like to schedule a site walk for this item? I think we would. And Lisa and Charles, do we have a date that could work for that?
Has the board been okay with the mornings of the planning board meeting? Right now, we do not have any other site walks scheduled right now, so we can do the morning of December 2nd. If you would like it closer, we could do the morning of the 16th. But that 8 a.m. day of a planning board meeting, has that been working, or Thursdays were?
So the morning has been working well. What we would like to do is, I think a December meeting would be preferred, so we can invite the Conservation Commission as well and get that site walk before their meeting, so they can speak internally and provide a report to the board. I believe they meet the third Wednesday, is that correct, Lisa? So perhaps December 2nd or 16th as well, if we do before a meeting, if that still works for everyone.
I thought you weren't here on the 16th.
I'm not here on the 16th, but if that works best for board members, then we'll.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to do either, but I would think December 2nd would have a little less chance of snow while we're tromping around in the woods.
I'm already committed on December 2nd. Do we have to do it on a Tuesday before a meeting? Do we want to look at
course not.
the 9th, or?
The 9th would be fine. See some heads shaking?
I'll be out of state that day, but
Is that heads shaking or heads nodding?
I think the agreement is
But
any day.
Tuesdays are better than Thursdays for most people.
I think so. Is there a Tuesday or Wednesday, Catherine, that works better for you that week, or?
I'm gone like 12 days, so.
Okay, so how about the first week in December?
I can do the 2nd, and then I leave.
Okay, 2nd, Jeff's committed the 2nd. This is the
No,
Wednesday.
Jeff can on the 2nd.
Right. So you're Wednesday,
Wednesday.
3rd or 4th?
I might be able to do Wednesday. I fly out that day.
Okay.
So it just,
Monday the 1st.
anything.
Monday the 1st, final
First,
answer, Regis.
first, second, or third.
All right, first, Jim first. Does first work, you think? Yes. Does that work for you, the December 1st?
I guess so. We will make it work.
All right, thank
It's a
you.
Monday.
Right.
So schedule a site walk Monday, December 1st, 8 a.m. And we'll invite the Conservation Commission as well.
Anything other than or in addition to the typical stakeout flagging of the road center line that you all would like to make sure we do?
I was just going to address that. We do have a document, I believe, or some notes that staff will provide you on what we're looking for, 11 by 17
Okay.
handouts. And in staking the roads and lot lines is very beneficial to the board. As much information that we can gather and see while we're out there.
Boundaries of wetlands?
Wetlands, topography. Yes. Jeff?
Could we also have some information, your hydrogeological assessment, I think, had one challenging lot, I think it was 14. Give us a little sense of the proposed layout there and what might be done, if there's going to be a different type of disposal system, or?
Yes, and I believe that was lot number 6.
Was it 6?
The one that's tucked right up near that northerly or westerly property line. And he had indicated a treatment
Like an
unit
E1
in
system.
lieu of a different, of a conventional septic tank, so. Yeah, I'll see what we can note there.
All right, any final thoughts from board members, directions for the applicant? Charles, I think we've captured everything on this item.
And the Conservation Commission will be invited too.
Correct.
Great, thanks.
Yes. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 6th, and on-site the 1st. Yes. All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is item 7C. This is 321 Lincoln Street, Bradley Estates, map 52, lot 19. This is a continued public hearing and application of review for preliminary subdivision and site plan. And this is for 94 single-family dwelling, 94-unit single-family residential subdivision. This is presented by Goral Palmer this evening. Anything to add on this item, Ben?
Thank you. There have been really just a quick update to the submission was the peer review on the wetland delineation from Norman Doe Associates was included in your packet. When the board is ready to open or continue the public hearing, this is on the preliminary plan. There are draft findings of fact included in your packet as well. And again, I feel like the board has opportunity for some discussion about follow-up from prior public comments that were received at the last meeting, which was also a public hearing. And then at that point, can get into comments from the applicant who's here this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for staff? Any conflicts or disclosures on this item? All right, with us we have the applicant, if you want to give us an update on this item.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer representing Big Ledge LLC. Just a few items that were included in our packet, as well as just a couple updates that the board requested since our last meeting on, I believe it was October 21st. So we've added, one of the comments we heard was a fence around the quarry that's on the southern part of the site. Zooming in here, so the fence is shown in this black dotted line right here. And that fence, the applicant walked it with a GPS to locate the best location for it where there was extremely steep slopes and determined that this was what we thought was an appropriate fence layout for this quarry. So happy to discuss that further. That was one of the comments that we heard from last month. We wanted to get that updated onto the plan. Another comment we had from the board was the updated traffic analysis. So we discussed this being a phased approval and the potential for the Bradley Street entrance to serve as a construction route for a period of time. So what we looked at and what we heard from the board was look at the first, I think it's 4 phases, phases A through D, all traffic conveyed to Lincoln Street, as that is the sole entrance. And we looked at that and what does that mean for a study area. So following the the city's study area requirements of 35 trip ends in a lane, that equated to the site driveway, which we had already looked at anyway previously, and then also the intersection of Lincoln and Maple Street, so the next intersection down. And this was all included in the package too, but basically, to summarize, there was essentially no delay. There was like a 1-second delay on the Maple Street leftbound. And both the intersection in the pre-development condition operated as a level of service A, and in the post-condition also operated as a level of service A. So effectively, there's just no delay whatsoever with the additional homes being put all onto Lincoln Street. So that supports that, even in a temporary perspective, that road can operate fine and adequate and within the city traffic requirements. Another comment we had from the board was to kind of delineate the open space and show how it relates to the wetlands on site. So this is a graphic. This wasn't provided in your application package, but we wanted to prepare it for this meeting tonight. So this just shows the blue is the wetlands and the red boxes indicate the open space proposed on the project. So there's 24 acres of open space that would be dedicated to the city. 9.9 acres of that are wetlands, which is about 42%. So there are 58% uplands, of usable uplands for city benefit, I guess, in the future. And we had that discussion about how usable is that open space, so we wanted to provide this. In regarding to open space as well, and this was included in the packet, was correspondence with Ryan Sommer from the Parks and Rec. And basically, after some discussion, he was in favor of accepting the open space from a city perspective in its natural state. That way it leaves opportunities for future parks or anything like that that the city may want to do at that time. One of the comments we've had from the peer review team, this also came up in the Normando memo, was the stream buffer. And we've talked about this a little bit. I mentioned I was coordinating this with Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. So I just wanted to provide this graphic right here and kind of walk through our proposed plan. So in general, regulatory requirements are a 75-foot buffer from the stream. Anytime you go to a state level permitting, also City of Saco subdivision permitting, you're asked to reach out to Maine Inland Fisheries and they provide a recommendation. It's typically a blanket 100-foot recommendation for any stream anywhere. I've rarely seen them come off that recommendation on any other stream. So what we proposed initially was 75 feet on the project side and then 125 feet on the non-project side, which equates to the same amount of buffering. And after some back and forth with the Maine Inland Fisheries, they've updated their recommendation to recommend a 100-foot equivalent length buffer on each side. So what does that mean? It's kind of an average, if you will, buffer to the stream of 100 feet on both sides. So we obviously meet that on the 125 development side because that's well over 100 feet. What this graphic here shows is purple bluish is the impact from 100 feet to 75 feet, mainly grading. There's very little, there's a little bit the end of impervious area right here by my mouse, but it's mostly just grading impact, which again would be revegetated. The green is the delta between the buffer that will be proposed. And you can see in some areas it's over the 100 feet. So when we do this calculation, we get 97 feet of equivalent length. So we're 3 feet short of the recommended 100 foot. So understanding we're 3 feet short, we think it's very reasonable. Our proposed mitigation plan is to enhance the buffer with native riparian plantings. This will improve shading, stabilize soil, and enhance habitat structure. That's within that buffer, so we're going to propose some plants going within that buffer. In addition, we're going to do targeted herbicide applications within the 25 to 75 foot zone. So that'd be with a non-toxic natural herbicide to assist with invasive species within there. And then manual invasive species pulling, so hand weeding within the 0 to 25-foot zone from the stream. So that would be kind of closer to the stream. So a little bit technical, but the idea here is the recommendation is 100-foot equivalent length buffer. We're at 97 feet. And to make up for that 3 feet, we're proposing to enhance the buffer that's there. So I'm happy to dive into that a little bit further, but we feel like this is a very reasonable, very appropriate approach for this stream and this development. And at the end of the day, you're going to have a better buffer than that's there because we're enhancing what's actually there. So we feel like that's best for the environment and for the habitat. A couple other updates. So code enforcement, I believe, signed off on the lot thresholds meeting the standards. So that was a question from the board for a few different times. I believe that was forwarded to the city. We ended up reaching out to the code enforcement ourselves. And then I won't go into all the comments from Wright Pierce, that updated memo that we got last minute at the meeting. We responded to all those comments. I don't think there's anything outstanding from any peer reviewers or any city staff, so I believe that we've addressed everything, and that's included in our memo. So seeking preliminary subdivision approval tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Drew. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? Jim?
Thanks, Drew. That was very helpful. The first question I have has to do with the fence around that quarry. I'd understood that there would be a fence pretty much all the way around it. And if I'm looking at that plan correctly, it looks like the fence just covers a small portion of it, right? Isn't it going to be easy to get around that fence? And if kids are going to jump in this quarry or get hurt or fall into it, it's pretty easy to get around the fence if it's just that short. That's my first question, really.
Yeah, certainly. And Jason will answer it.
Hey, Jim. So I went out and walked around the whole entire quarry. There's a lot of areas that it's not steep at all. I mean, like it's like a hills in my backyard that are steeper than most of it going around. So looking at the whole thing as a whole, I think fencing in something all the way around doesn't really make sense when you get really shallow slopes on 80% of it. Doing a lot of deep thinking about it is, if somebody wants to climb over a fence, they're going to climb over a fence. If somebody really wants to get in there, they're going to get in there. Walking through there, my biggest concern that I had was what happens if it's sunset, it's getting dark out, somebody's not paying attention, they're texting on the phone, and all of a sudden, they walk off a cliff. I was looking more of an accidental preventative measure where, somebody just can't walk off of it, depending on time of day, lighting and stuff like that. To say, we're going to fence in the whole thing and stop somebody, and looking at it, the area I kind of picked, was kind of more of a ledgy area, and then it just kind of slopes down, more gentle. And so I think what we could do is we can drill into the ledge and kind of tip the ends of the fence towards that edge so they can't get around it. So that was kind of my game plan, kind of looking at it. I think that's probably the safest, most common sense thing to do, but I think it's more of a preventative, accidental measure, not so much trying to stop people, because I don't think we can stop people. I mean, it's a fence, they can climb it. If they really want to get over it, they'll get over it. That's like saying we're going to stop people from climbing Mount Washington.
Well, I do remember going on the site walk, and the area that you have proposed for the fence, in my memory, was like the steepest section of it.
Yeah.
So I understand that, and I need to think about that a little bit, but that's very helpful. The second question I had to do with, I think it's Sparrow Lane. It's that, I know we've gone back and forth on that, whether it's going to be public or private. And I know some of the members of the board were thinking public would make more sense there. But then there was a question about that Sparrow Lane road being too close to one of the other intersections. And I think we received a legal opinion on this just recently. I say I think because I had to read it 2 or 3 times to make sure I understood it, but my understanding of the opinion, and you can help me with your understanding, and the other board members will educate me more, I'm sure, but I guess we have the power to waive some of those technical standards for roads, but if there are other provisions in the zoning ordinance that prohibit, that sort of action, and, if the zoning ordinance prohibits it, then we can't, any waiver we do is really ineffectual. So, again, trying to understand that memo, the impression I got from it was that Sparrow Lane might have to remain private because it's too close to the other intersection, and the city council wouldn't accept it as a public street because it doesn't comply with the technical design standards. So that's just my read of that, and I'm happy to have someone tell me I misread it.
Yeah, our interpretation was that it was something that the board could waive, and that it would ultimately it'd be up to council to accept the road just like any other application or subdivision. I mean, you can waive a lot of different items for roadway that get accepted too, right? So it's just part of a design criteria. So our understanding was from reading that was that it was a waivable thing. Again, this is kind of in response to the planning board for requesting it to be public. I think it makes sense. I think it's a good idea. There's no traffic congestion issues. A lot of times the intent of a separation intersection standard is really from a queuing perspective so that you're not putting something so close to an intersection that you can't, think of Garfield and North, right? You can't get out or take a left because there's always stacked cars there. That's not going to happen here. We don't have enough traffic nearly to generate any sort of queuing at that intersection. So that's the actual safety or traffic concern that's derived from the standard is not there. So to me, it makes sense this could be public. If the board's uncomfortable with it being public, we're okay at going back to private as originally proposed. This was more of just response to the board and trying to, I thought it was a good idea. We thought it made sense. So I look to the board for that, but right now we're proposing it as a public way with that waiver.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is I'm not opposed to that, for us to waive that standard, but what I understand is that our waiver might be ineffectual when it comes to the city council, and so if Sparrow Lane is being, proposed as a public way, and the council decides that it doesn't meet the technical specs, they may choose not to accept it as a public way. So then it would become private, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd love to hear what the other board members have to say on this.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for
Sure.
1 second. I meant to say this at the beginning, we do have Jason Reddy from VHB here. He's our third-party traffic reviewer, so if you do have any questions on traffic, he's here to answer those questions. Yeah, that's all for right now. Ben, did you have anything to add there, or was that the one note we wanted to add?
Correct. Yeah, I wanted to make sure everybody knew that Jason was here, but in regard to that legal opinion, the specific question was, can the board consider a waiver from that standard? And the answer was yes. And I think if the waiver ultimately is granted, it would be at, the applicant's risk whether or not the council ultimately makes a decision to adopt that street as public or not. But the very targeted question of can a waiver be considered, the answer is yes.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Joyce?
Well, Mr. Chair, yeah, no, I agree with Jim. I think that, we can grant the waiver, and the question of whether the city council later accepts Sparrow Lane as a public street is we can make a recommendation, of course, and as we do, but the council is certainly free to go its own way. But I think it makes sense, and this is something we had asked about.
Sure. I agree. I think the overall big picture here, it makes sense that this is that portion is public as well. I think the council will obviously know of our opinion if we find it appropriate, if we grant the waiver, and we continue and find the application appropriate. The applicant's going to come back to us when those roads are ready for acceptance. We're going to review, provide recommendation back to council as well. So those, just speaking as far as the process goes. So, I mean, to both of your points, it is a little bit of a risk. But I think council, knowing that the board either supports it or doesn't support it, I think carries, I mean, that's our role here, so. Any other thoughts? Jeff? Catherine, you raised your
Sorry.
hand first.
Sorry. If the council doesn't accept it, that just means it becomes private? That's the risk?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So there would be, it would be a good idea if there was a provision in, in the HOA documents that if that, how does that road get addressed, or a provision in there that it just gets addressed properly if it doesn't become public. I mean, the HOA is going to take care of these roads for X amount of time until they become public anyway, so there's, it's addressed in some fashion now, so, correct. Jeff?
I don't know, I'm not an attorney, and when I read that, and he says, yes, it can be done, but you need to be sure you're not waiving any other standard in Article 10, it just kind of creates that ambiguity for me. And, I mean, I'm a strong advocate that it makes zero sense to have a private way inside of a well-laid-out subdivision like this. People that are buying into it don't understand it, the trash being out there doesn't make sense. Drew, I think we've talked about this, but there's no way you can invert that Sparrow Lane and bring it over to Chickadee Way and get the clearance you need from the intersections? I mean, granted, you may lose one lot, but then you would guarantee the risk of not having council say, we won't accept that in a street offering.
Well, whether we come off of Chickadee, whether we come off the other one, we're still the same distance from either intersection. But I think to what you guys are trying to wonder is that when we get done, we have to ask for road acceptance, right? And there's never a guarantee that a city would take over the roads. I mean, Saco's been really good about it, but I've been in other towns where they don't. Our HOA docs are already going to say, that all these roads could be private until city acceptance, whether the city accepts it or not. So those docs are going to be in place for all the roads, not just, Sparrow. Now, like I said, I mean, history is, Saco's always been pretty good. I mean, they just took over the one on Amari Springs on Jenkins Road. So I don't foresee that they won't, but we will have all that language and all the docs for all the roads in there, not just Sparrow. Now, if the council decides to choose to say, hey, we want to take them all over except for Sparrow, that's their prerogative, and we'll already have that protection already in there in the HOA docs to say that, this is going to be a private way unless accepted, and if not, then it's up to you to maintain that road. So I don't know if that helps clarify, but it's kind of it's a council decision. It's not your decision or my decision. Now, whether you guys want to waive it, I think in what you're kind of confused about, Jeff, I think or what the attorney is kind of saying is that, okay, you can waive the road, but does the road meet the technical standards as a public road, right? Which I'm kind of thinking about now, and we'll have to recheck what we have drafted up as far as Sparrow Drive, but we can make sure that this actually meets as a public road standard, not just a private road standard. So this way here, there won't be any conflict between what you're waivering and what's actually being designed, if that helps.
I thought I understood you very clearly at the last couple of presentations that this was being designed 100% to city road standards, and the only conflict was the clearance from the intersection, the adjoining intersection. It was short, 30, 40 feet for spacing.
Correct.
And I guess when I look at the length of the straight section of Goldfinch versus Chickadee Way, there is significant footage there, that if it were to enter the other way, obviously not at that exact angle, it would have to be changed a little bit, but that maybe you could get the clearance that you need from the intersection, and then there would be no question.
I'd have to look at, if you're talking about bending the road further to get closer, I mean, potentially that could. I'd have to look at it relative to the wetland. I guess, to Jason's point, the road is completely designed to public standards with the exception of that intersection separation. The gravels, the pavement width, all those requirements are met. So there wouldn't be any other waivers associated with it. It would just be that intersection distance, so.
And that's what I understood you've been proposing all along. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Jeff?
Oh, are we kind of done with the private
Yes.
way conversation? I did have some. I just wanted some clarification. So, Drew, I think you said that all of the peer review comments from Wright Pierce's September 15th memo have been addressed. So, when they talked about Article, I think 7 for infrastructure, the stormwater management system was not fully sized for upstream drainage plus 25%. That has been revisited and corrected.
Correct, and I met with the city engineer to discuss the opinion of how you read that, because it's a little bit ambiguous, and it was discussed that closed drainage only serving the lots, the existing lots, is not the intent of that ordinance, so that does not apply to it. We looked at it in terms of all the cross culverts that would take upland area tributary to it, and I proved that in, I forgot what attachment it was, but in your application package, there's a analysis of all the culverts that cross that show 25% surplus capacity minimum in it. So in our view, that is addressed, and I confirmed that with the city engineer prior to submitting.
Okay. Well, your packets are usually very detailed to the point where there's so much information, it can be hard to pull. So in some of those instances, I'm looking for the city engineer's response memo, and I didn't see anything that additional 25% was incorporated. You touched on the stream setbacks. I had the 75 versus 120. You gave us your proposal this evening. So the culvert at stay 1125 was not adequate capacity. That has been addressed as well with the city engineer?
Correct.
Okay. Wanted some clarification on, it looked like the main water, available fire flow calculations, it's page 149 of 150 in, I believe, your submission. It said you were still kind of waiting for the final analysis for fire capacity. We were looking to have a little over 1,000 gallons per minute, not dropping below the 20 PSI threshold. And I think that the final analysis was done, and it looked like that you met it right at 20 PSI. But the average, the 73 gallons per minute, was the design flow for this whole subdivision, and that brought us to a residual pressure of 26.4 PSI. I was just a little shocked. That seems pretty low, considering that we're using 20 as the threshold. And this has always been a concern of mine when Maine Water goes, yes, we have capacity to serve. Yes, we have capacity to serve. They always tell us we have capacity to serve, but they never tell us what the operating pressure will remain. And we had this, I think out by the middle school on Heath Overlook, or out behind there was another one, and we requested pressure monitoring to see, because we had a lot of people that came before us and said, hey, yeah, we have capacity, we have water, but at 7 o'clock in the morning, my faucet on the second floor doesn't work, because there wasn't enough pressure. And I guess, and I appreciate, because I believe in the previous application, we talked about the tie, and we all know that loop systems help the overall system as a whole, and we'll have better flow. But it seems like our static pressure in that whole area is marginal at best. If we're using 20 PSI as the cutoff, and industry standards really shoot for 40, approving this at 26 is a little bit concerning. But, it meets the guideline. I'm just a little bit shocked that there's there's nothing better. And I'd hate to have neighbors coming up to us saying, hey, yeah, we built this new subdivision and the design was wrong, and yeah, now we can't get water on our second floor. I did want to mention, kind of on Jim's question too, I was hoping to see more surrounding that quarry as far as safety fencing. I reread the notes, and I believe the chairman had commented that he really wanted a non-climbable fence, and I appreciate that you picked a black vinyl-coated chain link fence. I mean, they tend to be pretty robust, and I don't know if any fence is truly non-climbable. But in regards to the fact that, you know, whatever section of fence you put in, the risk and liability, if accepted as offered lands, is going to then fall on the city. We're going to ask the city to take on the risk of this quarry that's not fully secured or enclosed with a fence. And I did want to point out that, you know, Mr. Summers, the Parks and Recreation Director, seemed pretty clear in his memo. He would be willing to accept the land, but not in lieu of open space fees. So I kind of, what's the benefit there, right? We're taking land off the tax roll, and where the Parks and Recreation Director really has no plans at this point and sees great benefit for open space, but the city's then going to have the liability of, you know, the fallen trees and kids getting hurt in the quarry, or so as a board, I think we really need to talk about if we, you know, wanting a positive recommendation to accept that land as a city offering for open space, because it's, you know, like I said, a lot of it is not really desirable in a contiguous nature, and I appreciate that Drew just gave us a dimension. 40-something% of it is classified as upland, but it's not upland in a real large enough way to be utilized as a true open space. We've all walked that site now multiple times, and much of it's pretty wet throughout most of the year. So those were kind of my comments. I'd like to see more for that fencing for a safety point of view. But thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members?
I guess I'm wondering if it might make sense for the Parks and Rec Director to take a look at the quarry and see what he thinks. I mean, if this is going to be the city's responsibility to maintain that open space area, you know, it makes sense to get his opinion as to whether he thinks the proposed fencing is adequate. Because he may be able to spend more time than we did walking around the entire quarry area, which of course we didn't do. We just walked along the walkway or the trail rather, that Jason's proposing the fencing for. So I mean, we're kind of blind here since none of us really know what that slope looks like. And I would say, as far as the open space, while we're talking, I think there's some value in just having habitat, and I'd rather have the city monitoring that than a homeowners association. So I'm fine with the city taking the open space. If they end up using some of the uplands for recreational purposes, great. If they leave it as woods, I love the idea of the woods remaining, because these woods are important to the neighborhood, and we've heard testimony earlier about the different species of birds and animals on site, and if they're protecting some of that habitat, plus providing buffers to the neighborhood, I think that's all positive.
I mean, I'd like to clarify, I agree that, you know, open space and habitat is positive, but where so much of this is surrounded and delineated with wetlands, they're not going to be able to develop it anyways. Let the homeowners association deal with it, and that way the city doesn't have to, and we don't have these buffers. And as much as I truly love the idea they're offering a buffer for the rear parcels, because it protects the existing neighbors, if that's city land, now the city has to go out and maintain the trees that fall down. And, you know, when people call, there's a strip of land, it's a maintenance issue. So I just kind of viewed let the homeowners association deal with it and deal with the liability of the quarry that's there. But I do think, if you're right, if we wanted to request staff to go out, I think we should request that not only the Director of Parks and Recreation go and look at the quarry and open spaces, we should send the Public Works Director and the Deputy Fire Chief out. So how would they respond to types of emergencies? And granted, they'll have to respond even if it were a homeowners association, but do they view that as a general liability risk to the city, having that type of existing feature? I too, with Jim, we were pretty close on the site walk. I agree that where he mapped out the fence is the steepest. It's probably a 25 to 30-foot fall. But the entire quarry in itself, if kids were playing, is pretty hazardous. And that's why I kind of feel like it should be, totally enclosed so that kids aren't trying to traverse and play. And, they watch the latest TV show and think that they're a ninja warrior and jump from one rock to the other and we have an accident. Let's just keep them out of there altogether, is kind of my view on the quarry. But if the board agrees, I think we should ask that those department heads go out and take a look and see what their recommendation for guarding that quarry would be.
Charles, go ahead.
I think noted, staff will take a look at it. I think we hear the concerns of safety, so we can get staff out there, whether it's the director itself. I think we want to work on, making sure we get eyes on it. The other piece I will add, and I don't know if this made it into the memo, but I followed up with Parks and Rec, and the city would accept the open space, but not as a basis to reduce or eliminate the open space requirement or any impact fees, because it is predominantly wetland. They're not going to be using it or would not envision using it for active recreation, but it's fine, again, to what Joyce was saying about remaining natural and undeveloped. But if they're also open if the applicant did want to retain this in HOA and manage it themselves, they have no objection to that. So that's just the other context, but noted for that safety with the quarry piece.
Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt your thoughts, but just before we kind of reopen the public hearing, I would like to ask our traffic peer review while he's here, if he would like to come up and give his assessment of the revised phasing traffic impact plan for those intersections, if it's appropriate, when you see Mr. Chair.
Sure, Jason, if you wouldn't mind, that question, and as far as if you could provide some input as well on the proximity. I know we're shy a little bit, but while you're here, if we could address that distance, sight lines, queuing, appropriateness, just sort of your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, sure. My name's Jason Reddy. I'm traffic lead with VHB, acting as the city's traffic peer reviewer. Yeah, I wasn't prepared to discuss the setback for Sparrow Lane tonight, but I mean, as I would understand it, I tend to agree it otherwise meets it. I mean, it is at a 90-degree angle, and I think if we take a look at it being, what is the functional use of it? I mean, it does act more as a, a private, less of a road based off from the length and the amount of traffic that would come off from it. So, functionally, it would be a lower tier or classification. And so I would understand how that would make sense in requesting that waiver and having it be granted. And then I can take any additional questions about that, and we can or discussion. But that would be my initial take on it, just having looked at it and hearing the discussions here tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah. So while we did not provide a formal memo for the modified or intermediate phased approach to the traffic all coming off, we did provide a review of it and took a look through what they provided in their memo. Some of the questions that we had were similar to what we provided for the initial peer review and how the traffic model was set up, but overall we didn't have any questions, and understand that with either the delay, the queuing, or the study area, which was the main portion of the question and what prompted the review, and such as it was the through movement of not exceeding 35 trips was was not met, or rather only to the additional Maple Street lane, and the capacity analysis proved well through there that again it's operating at level of service A, and we did not have any concerns that would be significant based off from that review.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts or questions for Mr. Reddy?
So can you just clarify, you're talking about no problems even before the Bradley Street
Oh, right,
driveway
so,
it's not a driveway, it's a road, is opened up?
excuse, yeah. What the applicant provided was an analysis that showed, both the before and the after. And as he showed during his presentation, there was like a second difference, which is insignificant in the course of it, especially that the level of service was noted to be at an A, at the best, or rather the least amount of delay in queuing expected. And as well in the, it's noted within the memo as post-development, but I mean essentially it would be mid-development before the second driveway opening was made.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Any other thoughts from board members?
So, Mr. Chair, with that, I think it's appropriate that we reopen the public hearing for 321 Lincoln Street, Bradley Estates.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion on the motion to open a public hearing on this item this evening? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to reopen the public hearing on this item. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them as a whole at the conclusion.
Jane Karen, 264 Lincoln Street. And I did want to thank Jeff for bringing up the water company comments about pressure. As a resident of Lincoln Street and as well as my neighbors, there are certain times of the day that we do not take more than a trickling shower on the first floor, let alone the second floor. And the water company has come out and stated the pressures are fine. They were up this 40 PSI or whatever they call it. But neighbors have had to put in these pressure pumps in the home in order to get the water pressure up enough for the house to be fully supplied, whether it's morning or evening. There's certain times that are easier than others to have the full water pressure. So I did want to make a note of that is an issue, and several neighbors would and probably have openly complained about water pressure in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that pause, I guess I'll be next. Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I have experienced 321 Lincoln Street, as 4/5 of you know, for about 5 years. And I do believe that Mr. Labani's vision on this land, I always knew it was going to be developed at some point. I do believe it's reasonable. My concerns were lengthy, and we all experienced, me at the podium, that the only two issues I have left as far as concerning 321 Lincoln Street is that quarry. I will be a strong advocate to fence the whole thing in. And it is all based on safety. I've been out there, I've been in it, and I have experienced it in different seasons, only for my due diligence over 5 years. To hear the comment, though, to say it doesn't make sense to go all the way around, I can't accept that. Safety is paramount. Children and teenagers are going to be down in there. And to hear the comment of, it's shallow slopes. Well, this person in 8th decade, I can get down in there very easily. And I did, while the people were talking, I looked up, what can you drown in? On the Google. And 1 to 2 inches. So if you fall from the cliff side of about 33, 35 feet, you might just pass out, and it's over. You might break bones, and you're okay. But anybody that has a natural slope of a person who is a nature lover like me, I go explore wherever the path takes me. And then sometimes I make that path. And I do it at my age now. That needs to be fenced in all the way around. I then, after 5 years, can put personally that part to bed. And then to have it go to the city, I will absolutely say no. The HOA will be responsible. I'm personally tired of the city of Saco taking on risk and liabilities that they should never have been put in that position. And I've seen it from every angle. It should not be the city of the quarry. It's too much risk and liability. As far as the Sparrow Drive, I've seen it, I've heard it be private, I've heard it be public. And I believe that one lot should be gone. Looking at that, that should be a public way. That way we have no issues. And for the planning board to waive something, what are you really doing? You're waiving it to give the problem to the council. That's not good business, especially on this one where you can have that one lot be taken away. Lot 2 and 3 buildings. You see the building envelope? There's a wetland going right through both of them. How is that being done? And then the other issue is traffic. It's one thing, I live on Bradley Street. My house, if you're familiar where I'm at the corner of Tasker and Bradley, one lot in, it has 25 coming to my house if you're going out to the country. And at the other side of my house, it's posted 30 coming this way. So it's 25 this way, this 30 this way. But what do I see? I don't have a radar, but I'm seeing 40 miles an hour. I know what that looks like. I also see a little bit more than that, but there's an average that is definitely over 30 miles per hour to where I'm very careful going across the street to my mailbox, and that's been for 20 years. So traffic again, you've heard this from Chelsea Hill, she coined it, death by 1,000 cuts. Having not a TMP be triggered that is 2 less, that's 98 trip ends. that are going to failed intersections in Ward 5. Who is helping Ward 5? And I'll leave it like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, perhaps back to the board for a moment here. A few comments here. We have some water pressure questions and Quarry, Sparrow Drive, Lane, I was correct. There was a question about some impacts of wetland on 2 and 3 traffic. Any items of these that we want to continue discussion on or ask the applicant for further clarity on? Jeff?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I didn't want my water pressure to be misconstrued, so if I could maybe ask Drew, that analysis, the fire service analysis, was a model that would have been run after the cross-connect from Bradley to Lincoln was installed. Is that correct?
Correct. And
So-
it's, yeah, go ahead.
So final build-out, cross-connect, and that would have been at any point inside your subdivision for fire flow?
Correct. Now, the 26 PSI you reference is a residual pressure while the hydrant's emptying out water. So they want to make sure there's adequate pressure for fire flow fighting, which means you have the hydrant open completely, about 1,000 plus gallons per minute. What's your residual pressure? Do you have enough pressure to feed the pumper truck, basically, to, put out the fire? So that 26 PSI is not necessarily what is out there today, or even in a normal condition with the residents, operating their water normally. So I'm looking at fire flow tests that we did, hydrant tests that we did some at Goral Palmer, but also Maine Water did their own too. Under normal circumstances, we're just flowing a hydrant. What you do is you put a diffuser on it so it's not emptying out 1,000 gallons per minute. We had static pressure of 44 PSI in the hydrants surrounding the site. So there's been certainly a lot of work done, I guess, is my point, in terms of water pressure. There's not 26 PSI out there right now. That's just under worst case scenario when you need to pull that much water, is basically the residual effect of it. So I wanted to, 26 is low, but that's because you would be flowing a hydrant full, like fully open. That's not a normal condition, so.
I guess I interpreted that a little bit differently because it was in order to get that 1,026 gallons per minute at full fire flow, it was just at 20 PSI, was my interpretation. The residual pressure wasn't during fire flow. But regardless, I guess the hard part for me is that it's twofold, right? So on the engineering side, we know by putting that cross-connect in, you're going to improve the performance on the existing ladder on either side, because now you've got a loop. So as long as the overall pressure, the net pressure stays up, it's fine. It's always troubling for me when we ask for capacity to serve and we don't get all the details. And that's kind of the hard piece. And like I said, the static pressure, yeah, that's great, but we also need time of day when that took place. So I'm kind of torn because engineering-wise, we know it's going to increase the general performance by having a cross-connect of a 10-inch line or a 12-inch line. But there's still going to, at some point, the system has to have enough pressure, and we don't know, we're never provided what that is. And I just wanted to be sure that we weren't flirting on, we are always, in Saco, pretty much flirting on the lower end of pressure. But thank you for your clarification, and I do realize that engineering-wise, that can be a net benefit for balancing flow and trying to maintain pressure.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So we're, just to continue that just for a moment here, so it's on a normal given day, we're at 44 as a static pressure, is that?
Yeah, that was based on a test done.
Right,
so.
based on a test. And then the pressure, when there's a fire event that the fire department is using a hydrant, we're in the 26 range, 20?
Yeah, you need to be, the general rule of thumb, and this is across Saco and Maine, is 1,000 gallons per minute at 20 PSI is the general rule of thumb you need for fire flow demand. Again, Maine Water's capacity letter would address if your development was reducing water pressure to an unacceptable level for the surrounding community, that would get brought up in the ability to serve letter that we're going back and forth on. The question was related to fire flow demand, not, I'll call it domestic residual pressure. So by them giving us that letter saying, hey, we have a couple of questions on the fire flow demand, could you expand on, again, it's a complicated analysis because we're connecting the mains in. So, it's reasonable to ask more questions about the fire flow demand piece of it. Their ability to serve letter says we have adequate pressure within our system, so.
All right, thank you. And then for a moment here, would you address the wetland at lots 2 and 3? Is that being filled? That's part of the lot. It's not being modified or touched at this point, and that's
Correct. The lots will move around that. They're not anticipated to impact it. So there'll be a no-cut zone delineated in there, and that's not going to be impacted. It'll be on the lots, but it won't be impacted as with the house construction.
Sure. So the building envelope is beyond that.
Within it, correct.
And then
Outside of it, I suppose.
Sure. And then
Within the lot.
And as part of the covenants and the deed restrictions, that becomes a no impact zone for those lots.
Yeah, each lot has a developed area threshold written into the deed, and it'll reference back to the subdivision plan. That's how these subdivisions typically are oriented, and so you won't be able to disturb beyond it. It'll be written into your deed beyond that, so.
Okay. So it becomes a no disturbance zone for those particular lots.
Yeah, and that goes for any other lot with wetlands on it too, so.
Yep. Okay. So we have concerns from some of the neighbors and residents of quarry, its safety, proximity to Spurrow Lane, traffic. Back to the board for a moment. Any final thoughts? I guess we didn't touch upon traffic. We spoke about the quarry. We spoke about Spurrow Lane here. Traffic. Any additional thoughts or items you want to discuss?
I guess
Joyce.
we have a peer reviewer who has confirmed the concerns or satisfied the concerns about traffic issues and possible congestion and is telling us that this project, even before the entrance to Bradley Street is open, is not going to overly burden Lincoln Street. I guess I personally don't see a reason to doubt the city's peer reviewer.
Thank you, Joyce. Any other thoughts? Jim?
No, I feel the same way. I know traffic was a major concern of many of the residents there, understandably, but I appreciate our peer reviewer reviewing different scenarios, particularly with the perhaps phased approach to the subdivision. And at least it addressed all my concerns that traffic was going to be an issue.
And I guess, Mr. Chair, sorry, just following up, it seems to me one of the real concerns is speeding on Bradley Street, and that's not the applicant's fault. That's something that the city needs to address at some point, because it certainly, I mean, it's a pretty universal complaint in this area that trucks go too fast on Bradley Street. But we're talking about how much impact is this proposed project putting on the neighborhood.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think that the difficult part is it's very strategic, right? The peak traffic counts are just below the TMP. So, and I didn't, public comment kind of said that we had the ability to expand the search, but I don't see how we as a board can require that expanse. And I think that we would all possibly agree that you get to some very nearby adjacent intersections where this traffic is more than likely going to flow, and our level of service is no longer going to be an A. And we're going to know that a percentage of that's going to there. How do we mitigate that? And the way our ordinance is written, I don't think, unfortunately, we don't have the recourse to require that. And at the same time, it's meeting some development objectives that the city has been put forth for us, right? So some of this infill, existing infrastructure, he's meeting that, and he's then also changing it from what was previously approved, or previously proposed, I should say, to try to fit with the neighborhood. And some of the neighbors are saying, yes, this is more cohesive with the neighborhood. I would love to be able to see this type of development that fits and neighbors are content with it. But I'd love to be able to fix the overall growth, every little, 12 units here, 20 units there, it all adds up, and we still have an underlying issue. But we can't necessarily hold them hostage to those other situations. So I know I'll get an earful that, hey, there's another subdivision, and we have all these traffic concerns at other intersections, the North and Franklin's and Tasker's, and maybe at some point they'll just start going across the bridge, and we don't seem to communicate very well. We don't have traffic impact benefits like we give to Scarborough, right? We don't seem to talk on the other side of the bridge, but all of this growth comes with a price tag, and it seems to be what the citizens are calling for. They're buying the houses, they want it, and I don't know how do we try to leverage getting some off-site impact analysis or improvements at other intersections, because they've met the ordinance is the way I see it. And it's hard because it affects the quality of life of our community, but we have a set of rules, and we all play by those rules, and I think they've satisfied that piece, whether it be by 2 counts or, we can't just start arbitrarily moving the number depending who's applying before us. So I guess I'm thankful that our peer review said that this phased construction will not reduce the level of service at the intersection, which is important. And I'm a strong proponent of the phased construction, because I think it'll provide safety for the years as he builds this out, to have that construction traffic kind of coming in the backside as families start to enjoy the build out of phase A and B. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? The quarry and the fence, I think we've asked the applicant to look at that. They provided a fence. The open space is being proposed to be conveyed to the city. I'm having a little bit of concern. So if the open space is retained by the homeowners association, that, and perhaps for the applicant, that that burden of maintaining it, that falls on the HOA, I suspect, right? So we've had the discussion quite at length of, affordability of subdivisions and projects similar to this, and where I guess my concern is we're adding more financial burden to the homeowners, and that seems counterintuitive of what we're looking for. So safety, obviously paramount, keeping in mind, financial burden for residents here. Not speaking for our assessor, but I suspect taxes are not going to be affected whether the city, retains ownership of these open spaces. I don't know, but I suspect, I'm just saying, I'm not convinced we're making anything better or worse whether the homeowners association is responsible for the open space or the city. As far as the quarry goes and the fence, I mean, unless it has an 8-foot high fence all the way around it, I mean, what happens if we fence and if we ask that the applicant entirely fences that area in and something happens in it? We're creating, now I'm worried that we're creating a more difficult scenario of, retrieving someone or something, or, we're putting more burden on emergency services. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just, Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I respectfully, I guess I disagree in the sense that, yes, there's probably no tax evaluation difference whether the city accepts the land or an HOA retains it. It's probably very nominal. If there is, it's the burden of the people who are buying into the development. But the bigger piece is, for affordability, what about every other taxpayer within our city? Every time we do this, we're asking Department of Public Works, Parks and Recreation, to now maintain that. And you know what's going to happen? If we accept it as open space, the first child that falls in there, there'll be a demand, and then our Parks and Recreation is going to be scrambling for $10,000 or $12,000 to put that fence all the way around that we should have asked for, and they'll probably have a very difficult time getting the easement that might be needed on lot 2 and 3 to encompass it. So if we take care of that before we even get to that point, it solidifies a lot of the issue, and I just think that we need to be aware, and I get it, right? And I think some of my comments about, pocket parks or whatever have been misconstrued, because I don't want to be adding on to the ongoing maintenance costs of our Parks and Rec departments trying to maintain these little areas they have to go twice a week, twice a month to mow and clean up. But our ordinance says that there must be space provided for recreation and enjoyment. In this particular case, and in many cases, right, the developers will offer up the less desirable land. It's always wetland. It's not very often that it's a nice piece of, hiking trail. I mean, look how long it takes in some developments to get a trail that they propose to be built. Our community likes to recreate. And as far as access, if we send the Department of Public Works out, let's make them put a gate in. A gate with a master Knox-box key. They do it for the Eastern Trail, right? We've got those fold-down bollards if they need to. They drop the master key, and they can drive down and go assist somebody in need. If the fire chief thinks that this quarry needs that, put the gate in at the time. But let's let the cost be borne by the people developing it versus the taxpayer of everybody in the city of Saco when they have to go before council and say, well, we weren't planning on enclosing a quarry, but we now know there's an issue. That's just kind of my point. In due diligence, let them kind of deal with the issue The quarry's there. If the city was going to build a school site, we were all going to pay the cost to fill it in, right? Because they knew it was a hazard. They identified it. They had worked on it. It was not going to be left like that. So I just think that we need to start saying, hey, we don't really want all this wasteland for the city to maintain, sending our arborists out and dealing with it. So I would be a strong proponent that let them deal with the risk of the quarry, let's require the fence, and they're going to have to pay their open space fee anyways because the Director of Parks and Recreation said he was not interested in waiving any fees, and let the homeowners association deal with the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jim?
Well, I'm not quite sure how I feel about the fence all the way around. Jason makes a good point, but so does Ms. Archer. So I think the solution is really to have those city officials, if they can go down there and just look at what, get their perspective of the extent to which this is a hazard. And maybe they'll require a little additional fencing, maybe they won't. I mean, I don't know, but I would take their advice as to whether, it makes sense to fence in the whole thing. As far as whether or not this open space is eventually accepted by the city, that's really a city council issue, isn't it? It's being proposed, and there's a lot of good reasons that the open space should be accepted by the city, but there may be some reasons where a parcel they may not want to accept. And then, the developer can adjust his HOA fees and stuff accordingly so that those folks will bear a higher burden. But I don't think we need to think too much harder about the open space except for that quarry piece. And so I really would like to see the staff advice on that.
Thank you, Jim. Catherine?
I agree with Jim that I see both sides, that, a child who really wants to access a space is going to figure out a way. But I think we do need to hear from staff to see, these are professionals, and Director Summer and the fire chief, what they say about it, how far they think the fence needs to go.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? We have the public hearings still open as a reminder. If the board would like to continue receiving comment from residents. Jason, any final thoughts on anything here briefly?
Yeah, so I don't know how many people actually walk this quarry. I mean, Jeff, I would love to walk this with you because, you guys make it sound like there's this massive hole in the ground, which, yeah, there's one side of the trail that we walk down that looks pretty ugly, which is kind of where I GPSed for the fence. And I thought, that could definitely be a dangerous situation. But, when you got, 75, 80% of it that's like this, I don't see it at all even close to being dangerous. I mean, you could fall and not even roll down the hill. And that's a big part of it, so, I think a lot of people are just kind of envisioning what they think it might look like without actually knowing what it looks like, so I would really strongly encourage, especially you, Jeff, to actually go out and take a walk around this thing, and kind of get a really good visual of exactly like what I saw and see if you can kind of agree or disagree. But I would love to have Ryan Summers go out there. I could walk with him and see what he's got to say about it. As far as open space, I've done a lot of projects, dealing with HOAs and them taking over the open space and yada, yada, yada. Personally, if the city's going to take over the roads, we don't need an HOA. If the city takes over the open space, the HOA is gone. Now, the advantages, disadvantages of that is the city has 20 smart acres that they'll be able to do whatever they want with later on. Now, they might not have any ideas today, but it doesn't mean they won't in 5 or 10 years from now. You talk about, it's going to be the city's burden and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, what burden? I mean, a tree falls down, it's in the open space. They don't have to go clean it up. They don't have to cut it up. I mean, they got 20 smart acres of woods. They don't have to go out there and, clean up the woods and make it look pretty. It's a wooded area that they could choose to do what they want with later on. The other thing too is the city has immunity, meaning, you know, if somebody gets hurt, they just can't sue the city. It's like, you know, you get in a car accident on the road because it wasn't salty good enough. It's like you can't sue the city because of, you know, because Mother Nature threw down some snow and you got into a car accident. And HOA doesn't have that immunity like a city does. You know, if some person from, whether public or whatever, and goes into this open space, they could sue the HOA if they get hurt. So, you know, that puts a big liability onto the homeowners association. You know, they got to get insurances and stuff like that. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, that's something they can buy into when they're buying a subdivision, but I've done enough of these to sit back and say, I wish all the towns or land trusts would just take over the open space. I don't think it's right to be burdened by homeowners. We talk about affordability and stuff, but then everybody sits back and says, well, it's their problem. You know, let them pay for it. And it's like, well, that goes against what we're trying to do for affordability. You know, and after 500-600 houses and dozens of subdivisions, I try to make the best decision and say, well, this doesn't really work so much over here. Can we make it better? And this is kind of why I'm offering and suggesting this. I don't really see that there's burdens on towns taking over open space. And as far as the quarry, I don't see it's this big evil hole like a lot of people are portraying it to be, and I'd like you to actually walk around it and get Mr. Summers out there as well and get his opinion on it. And, you know, if you guys say, hey, I think it should be more, I'll do more. But what I'm seeing, I don't really foresee it being as bad at portraying what some people are saying. So. But willing to work with everybody either way.
All right, thank you. Jeff?
So I'd just like to kind of reply. So yes, I agree. Yes, you do very nice subdivisions. Yes, you're looking out for the interest of people buying the property. And our role is to look out for all the city ordinances for all the existing residents. And that's where a lot of my comments are coming from. And my fear is we have public space, this 25-foot buffer surrounding this. People can say, I have the right to walk through here. I have the right to camp here. We can then have another, you know, little settlement in there. And then whose burden is that to get those people out? It's the police department's burden, because somebody bought a beautiful home in your subdivision and they've got somebody camping literally in their backyard because there's this 25-foot space of public property. But more directly, I agree. And I would love to go, but I cannot because it's ex parte. If we get the city staff to go ahead and get all of those department heads, Public Works, Ryan Subner's, Fire Chief, maybe even the Police Chief from a safety point of view, and we can advertise it as an additional site walk, I will make myself available to be there. If other board members would go, we'll do a whole nother site walk so that it's legit. And the focus on the quarry and the open spaces, I would be very amenable to that, because you're right. You know, we walk through, it's pretty quick. I saw one side of it that was very deep. We can look at your lots 1 and 2. It would help us all get a better view, but as long as we document it so that it's legit as far as an additional public site walk, and with the staff members that we described, I think would probably be best for everyone involved. So I would be very amenable to that.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? As a reminder, we still have the public hearing open. If we'd like to continue that or close it. We do have draft findings of fact here to review as well, but I guess I'd like to go over that once we close the public hearing, if we choose to. And then I have a question for staff on that as well, once we get to that time. Thoughts from board members?
Mr. Chair, I certainly want to review this in a timely manner and be expeditious about it. But I do think this quarry issue, it may, as Jason has pointed out, it may not be as big a problem as we're imagining, but I do think we want to make sure we have time to go and take a look at it. And I'd be happy to do, I mean, it's not going to take a lot of time to just do a site walk in that small area. So if we could set one up soon, so we could take a look at that, and then we could continue the public hearing until after that date. And I reviewed the draft findings of fact and conditions of approval. They look pretty solid, but there is this one issue I would like to have addressed, and so we all feel comfortable with it. So I don't know, would it be possible for us to get a site walk in fairly soon?
Thank you for the thought, Jim. Other thoughts from board members? Joyce?
I guess I'm thinking, I think it's more important that the city staff goes out there and does an assessment, because I think they have more experience with slope of land and safety issues. I mean, if they want to make it into a site walk, great, but site walks require public notice, and heck, city staff could be out there in the next day or two. They don't need us tagging along if they can report back to us.
Thank you, Joyce. Jeff?
Just a thought, though, what if city staff comes back with this recommendation for some sort of a chain link fence with barbed wire at the top, and then we get tasked with trying to, the applicant's request to make it aesthetically fitting, right? I think it would be best if we're just all there. I don't know if they could maybe pick a day that they have, department head meetings. We could do it before that possibly, but can we just have staff reach out to those requested department heads, figure out a day that would be amenable to all of them, and then I think we should just notice it as a site walk, and then that way the board can go and we're all there, we're all seeing the same thing at the same time. We're ultimately, it might take an extra week to do, 2 weeks, but it's going to save the applicant because now we are all on the same page. We saw everything at the same time. He can explain it to all of us at once. I think it would be beneficial to do it as a site walk once we have a date chosen by staff.
Thank you, Jeff. So I like the input. I don't think I need to go back out there myself and look at the quarry. I'm trying to remember the fence height at the Cascade Falls. There's no fences over there. So I feel we've asked the applicant to provide some protection. They have along the existing trail. It's preliminary subdivision. If we want further input from staff, we could request that. They could provide input. The board can review it once it comes before us for final, along with, we could ask for further recommendation from, city staff on the proximity of Spurrow Lane as well. I think those are the two big things for me. I guess those are my two thoughts here, given preliminary and what the applicants presented back to us. We have the open space, we talked about that. We can get additional input from staff on that, so I guess those are my thoughts on those items. Oh, excuse me. I do, though, have a question for staff. This is going to push into my question. The draft findings of fact, I have a question on, because it talks about section 188.603, items A through U. I didn't see 179 in there for site plan, and I thought we only had sections through T. So I want to triple check that. So those are just my final thoughts on those items. We've talked about traffic. I don't have any additional input on traffic. water pressure is residual on fire flow. I think we covered that. So that's just, I guess I agree. Joyce, was it your comment about staff doing a site walk and then reporting back to the board as a suggestion?
Right.
I don't.
Partly because of expediency, we could, staff doesn't need to provide public notice. They can go out at their convenience and give us their professional assessment.
That, I've been thinking about it as both Jeff and Joyce have talked, and your comments and Catherine's comments too, Mr. Chair. I mean, I have been out there. I did see the quarry. Did I walk all around it? I didn't. But what we're really concerned about here is safety, and the staff people that we're asking to take a look at it can certainly adequately advise us on safety. We actually don't need a site walk to do that where that has to be noticed. So I think you make a good point there. And I do think we are very close here, and I agree with you, Mr. Chair. The site plan standard, I don't see draft facts associated with that. So that would be something, if we were to continue this public hearing, get information from the staff on the quarry and have more robust findings of fact that dealt with site plan, I think we'll, at the next meeting, would be in good shape to make some decisions.
Thank you, Jim. So with that, for the findings of fact that are drafted before us for some of these items and going through them on my own, I didn't have any particular comments on them. I think the applicant has addressed all of the items. I'm not sure if the board members had any additional thoughts on that, but perhaps we can back to staff for a moment on, are the findings full, or do we have everything we need there, or do we need to get those updated?
So you're right, these only have the preliminary subdivision, so we'd have to, if the board wanted to take these up, we would have to add the findings for site plan and potentially zoning as well. Alternatively, we could approve, simply the preliminary subdivision, and when we do the final subdivision plan, we can do site plan and those site plan standards if you want. Otherwise, we could do it now, or we can come back at a later date, which also provides an answer for the quarry safety and those concerns. Just real quick on that before we jump into the findings of fact, just want to confirm if there is a preference for a planning board site walk. If that's the case, I would like you guys to choose a date now, and planning staff will be there. We'll have someone from planning there for sure. I can't account that the date you guys select, city engineer and that. So to Joyce's point, I think it would be best for staff to just coordinate with the applicant, report back out. We can provide pictures, and then we can work with the applicant upon their resubmission to see, what, treatment is required, if any. So we can report back, but if the board does prefer a site walk, I would prefer that be decided upon tonight, and we can work on dates similar to the way we did before.
All right, thank you, Charles. Does that make sense to board members?
Mr. Chair, I think the only findings of fact on preliminary subdivision that were not completed would be G and I, according to my notes. But I think that at least one way that we've done this in the past, where we've done preliminary subdivision and site plan, and to the extent there are zoning issues, we have done that most recently anyway, all at the preliminary subdivision stage. And I think that makes the most sense because it gets, 95% of the issues are dealt with all at the same time. And then when the applicant comes back for final subdivision approval, it's a pretty quick process. So I'd be in favor of having the draft findings of fact on the other issues as well, and then deal with it all at the next meeting.
All right, thank you, Jim. You'd like to review them cohesively?
Yes, I think it's just easier because we're not, because some of those standards are similar, they're not identical, but they do all work with each other, so I think it'd be good if we dealt with them all at the same time.
All right, thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts from board members? Joyce?
I agree with Jim. I'd like to have everything addressed at once, and I guess just a reminder that we haven't closed the public hearing.
Correct. So those items, G, municipal solid waste, I, conformity with local ordinances, those were the items that I had captured as well.
Is there an outstanding issue on U? About
Well,
the
that's-
roads?
Yeah, I don't believe there is a U. So that's what I'm going through and checking my notes now, and I think
Okay.
I think we go astray a little bit around L. L's,
If, just to jump in, if we're not going to approve them, we can just double check them and send them back. Otherwise, I think we can address it when we go to approve them. But we'll double check, we'll review these.
that's where thank you, Charles. That's where I'm going with this as I'm reviewing and stuttering at the same time here. As far as those, I guess I'd like to provide direction to the applicant on those items. If the board feels that item G has missing information, or we'd like to gain more clarity on those items. Did you have anything in particular on those items, Jim, other than we need to address them? Did you have any concerns with them? I guess let's start
Well,
there.
I don't have any particular thoughts right now. I thought G was kind of curious because disposal of solid waste, I mean, it seems like a pretty, municipal solid waste disposal, that seems pretty basic, so I'm not quite sure what the problem there is, but it seems like the applicant could give us a sentence or two on what they're proposing, and we could certainly see if that fits. As far as I think that's conformity with local ordinances and plans. I'd rather leave that to the final meeting. We're going through the facts all together, because then, once we have the entire package, I think we'll be able to fill in the blanks for that finding of fact.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Jim. So briefly, back to the board for just a moment here. We've had the discussion of requesting from staff to provide clarity on a few of these items here via a site walk. Whether the board participates in that or not, that's one question I'd like to have clarity on. And continuing with a revised findings of fact to include sections 188, 603, 179, 601. And as far as those elements in these items, I guess that is a potential proposal of direction. Does that board have any thoughts or concerns or input on proceeding in that fashion or direction, or?
Mr. Chair, if it's helpful, I can make a motion to continue the public hearing until the next available date, and request that the city staff members that we identified to view the quarry for safety purposes and report back to us on their recommendations. And at that next meeting, to the extent, if we close the public hearing, then we could also address the draft findings of fact and conditions of approval.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce. Any additional discussion? Jeff?
I'm pretty adamant that I think it's important that we schedule it as a public site walk. I mean, as a site walk for the planning board, because I think with us having to cast the vote on the fencing, it's important that we're there, and I would love to be there when those department heads are getting the information as well. I too walked to the steepest side. I didn't make my way around. I don't doubt the applicant went out there and he's very competent. We're talking about liability for the city. I would like to have my eyes on it too if I have to cast a vote. So my preference would be, let's post it, notice it as a site walk, and be there, because otherwise there's no avenue for me to go. If I'm the only board member that wants to go, I can't go. So that's the challenge, and I think it's important to be able to serve this role, that I'm there to see it. So that would be my preference. If you guys want to move forward with this motion, that's fine. I can't support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Charles, with the motion on the table to continue application review, when would be the next available opportunity to see the applicant?
December 16th,
December 16th.
2025, just to clarify.
And we could schedule a site walk, a planning board site walk, for a time if the board feels strongly. And you have made it clear that staff may or may not be able to attend that particular date. But between now and the release of our meeting packet, staff could go on site, provide input, and review this particular item. Is that how I understand it?
Right, and so we would continue the this public hearing to December 16th, 2025. For site walk, because the board would be scheduling that tonight, we could try to get stuff, but it'll definitely be myself or somebody from planning there, to the request of the city engineer. I'm not sure if that is 100% guaranteed. We can ask for them to join, but for a site walk approval, you're going to be definitely getting a planning staff member, and then we would probably still schedule a meeting to go out there anyway with them. But if the request is specifically for the city engineer or someone from Public Works to be out there, or police or fire, I think that's difficult to confirm at this time, and I'm not sure if that's just being new to the role. Not sure is that something that is, standard or a bad precedent to set. I don't know if it's been done, so I would have to just clarify with the respective departments. But if you did schedule a site walk, you would definitely get planning there.
Sure, thank you. We have, it doesn't happen often, but we have scheduled site walks, and with enough notice, staff members have been able to participate. So with a December 16th meeting, would December 9th, for example, Catherine's, you're away that week. But for discussion, December 9th could be an opportunity with perhaps enough notice for staff members to attend, and if not, between now and then, provide a report. Do you think that's sufficient time? I'd like to ensure that there's enough time for staff members to provide written input and a written report as part of the official meeting packet for this item. So would the 9th be enough time, do you feel? So,
yes.
I agree with Jeff. If we're going to continue this discussion, then the board should be there. We'll keep it to a specific quarry topic for the site walk. I don't think the discussion hasn't revolved around walking the entire site again. I think if we keep the site walk to a specific item and task as the quarry, I could support that. So with the motion on the table, Jim, to continue application review, did you write all that down? Continue application review to the next meeting of January 16th.
December 16th.
Sorry, December 16th. Did you include with that a site walk, or that was the potential? I'm sorry. Sorry, yeah.
I'll amend my motion to include a site walk for December 9th at 8 a.m. Is that what we're talking about?
Let's try that.
All right, December 9th at 8 a.m. And request the staff there to provide us with their recommendations regarding safety at that quarry site.
Thank you for the amended motion, Jim. Joyce?
I'll amend my second.
Thank you. So,
Oh, real quick, just to clarify, are you also continuing the application review as well? As part of that, just to clarify?
Yes.
I agree, that was my understanding as well. Continued application
To the
review
16th.
and a public hearing
Yes.
to the 16th, and scheduling a December 9th, 8 a.m. site walk of the quarry with city staff with revised findings of fact for review. Yeah. Okay. Any additional discussion on that motion? All right. Those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, that's any additional comments, direction for the applicant, questions? I think we've addressed, I think we made it clear. Is that clear, Drew?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to ask if there was anything. We're eager to move this process along and appreciate the board direction on this, but we're just making sure that there's nothing else the board's looking for prior to the December 16th meeting.
Mr. Chair, was there a question about one of the findings of facts questions was solid waste disposal, so I guess
Sure.
we need an answer for that as to solid waste disposal plans while these remain private roads, and then we know what happens if they're accepted as city streets.
Yeah, if in a brief cover letter, you can address that or direct staff to a particular document or section that clarifies that I think that would probably be a few minutes well spent. I think the board, I agree with Jim. I didn't have any particular comments on that item, so I don't have any. The board doesn't have any additional direction for you. Just maybe additional clarity through the document packet, Jeff.
I think, as you described, a narrative on the packet, but also if Sparrow Lane were to remain private, that there's enough queuing space for trash receptacles on the main drive, because they'll all have to come to curbside.
Sure.
So that would be, just having a sketch of that.
All right, any final thoughts? Catherine?
I have a small question. Under the draft conditions of approval, number 4 talks about Old Orchard Beach stormwater management. Is that a copy error?
Conditions of approval, item 4, you said?
Yeah, says submit approval paperwork from the town of Old Orchard Beach.
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
review
sure.
that. That might be from a previous
Okay,
one.
that's what I just wanted to
I'll double
check.
check with
Yeah.
North Star to see, because I want to make sure if it is in there, it's there on purpose. So I don't want to, don't know. We'll double check it.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Any final thoughts? All right. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Jason. We'll see you on the 9th and then the 16th.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we please take a short break before the next item?
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute recess at 8:35 PM. Everyone, for that short recess, we will continue with our agenda this evening.
So, Mr. Chair, given the hour now, I would like to make a motion that we continue past our normal 9 o'clock for review of 2 agenda items. And I'd also motion that we adjust our agenda to table our last item for 800 Portland Road, and we move it to December 2nd, and it is the very first item on the agenda, where they have been at the tail end of multiple meetings at this point.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. So Jeff, that was to continue past our normal 9 PM cutoff. Here, item 7D, which is 1 Elm Street, address 7E, 42 Ferry Road, and then recommend that item F, 800 Portland Road, be moved to the December 2nd meeting as the first item on the agenda.
That is correct.
Did you, within your motion, did you have a cutoff time beyond 9 o'clock?
I did not. I think we may have a pretty large turnout here. I'm optimistic that we can get through the 1 Elm Street relatively quickly. And I think we probably should just see how the public comment section goes for Ferry Road. So I would say a hard stop of 10 p.m., but I'll leave that up to the board.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the item? Charles?
Just for the tabling, one thing just to note that in the after-the-fact packet, we did add draft findings of fact for 800 Portland. So would you like those findings of fact to be included as part for the next meeting, just to confirm?
Absolutely. And with that, we'll confirm all those section items in the draft findings as well. Let's triple check that. I don't know if we go all the way to U, item U, but let's just add that to our list. All right, any additional discussion on that motion? Joyce?
Mr. Chair, I'd personally prefer a hard stop of 9:45, just because we were all at a site walk at 8 o'clock this morning, so it's been a long day already.
Any additional discussion? There's a 10 PM on the motion and a 9:45 recommended.
I'll go with either, Mr. Chair. I'm not fussy about either. But I certainly appreciate what Joyce is saying. It has been a long day for, I'm sure, all of us, but also all the people waiting here. So I think we should try to hear from them to the greatest extent possible tonight.
All right, any additional discussion? I think we should, time's ticking, I think we should keep 10 o'clock personally, but, all right. Okay, those in favor of the motion? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, so with that, moving right into item 7D, this is 1 Elm Street. This is map 38, lot 9. This is a site plan and shoreline zoning review. And this is to raise the height of the existing left abutment stone masonry wall using stone masonry. This is presented by Brookfield White Pine Hydro, and this is a application review and public hearing this evening. Any additional items or information on this, Charles? Or Ben?
None at this time. The applicant's representative is here and can clarify, I think specifically the height and length of the wall in the materials.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for staff? Any conflicts or disclosures on this item? All right, and with that, we'll have the applicant come on up and...
I'm Kelly McVeigh with HDR. So I think we had covered most everything last time. The length has been revised to 110 linear feet with a height of 3 feet. So the length is smaller than originally proposed, but a foot higher than originally proposed. I think everything else was addressed. Looking at the meeting materials that were shared, it looked like there was a question on if there would be grading on the land side. It's not necessary, so we'll not be doing that. Traffic plan and narrative had been requested back in an August 25th letter that came to us on September 12th. And that was addressed in an October 6th memo that was submitted to the city with a narrative of the traffic plan. And I think the only other item was benches that Jeff had brought up, and we're open to moving those so that visually you can still see the Nature Lake Fishway.
All right, great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Jeff?
So just to be clear, Kelly, the benches, that might be some grading just to make them slightly elevated, or were you just thinking of moving them positionally? Did you look at the site?
We're looking at potentially just moving them if possible, as long as the aesthetic view shed's still good there. If not, I think they're on rocks now, like sort of large
concrete weights.
Concrete, yeah. So if needed, we may have to do some minimal grading, but it shouldn't be extensive.
Any other thoughts, questions from board members?
So, Mr. Chair, if nobody has any comments, this is advertised as a public hearing, so I move to open the public hearing for 1 Elm Street, map 38, lot 9.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing on this item? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them at the conclusion.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one from the public approaching the podium to speak, I'll move to close the public hearing.
I will second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor of closing the public hearing on this item, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Back to the board. Any additional thoughts, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair, hearing no other immediate concerns from the planning board, on the question of the findings of fact, the only two findings of fact that needed to be adjusted to my view, would be D. So this is section 179-601D and I. And as far as D is concerned, I suggest we just eliminate the last sentence in the finding of fact, because the applicant has confirmed the question about backfill or grade changes. So if we eliminate that sentence, we'll fix that. And then on I would also suggest that we eliminate the last sentence on I, which is vehicle circulation and pedestrian access, because again, the applicant has addressed that concern. So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we amend the findings of fact D and I as I just suggested.
I would second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion? So, Jim, just to confirm, we're going to, on item D, we're going to strike the verbiage that says the applicant should confirm whether or not any backfill or grade changes are required on the land side of the proposed wall extension. Do we want to add any verbiage that says the standard is met or anything along those lines?
Oh, that's very good, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, on both D and I, I'll amend my motion to suggest that the last sentence should be replaced with a sentence that said, this standard is met.
I would amend my second.
I would suggest adding a sentence that says the applicant confirmed no backfill or grade changes are required on the land side.
Well, except she didn't actually say that. She said she didn't expect there would be any, but there could possibly be some if she has to adjust that bench, or those benches, right? So her representations as to the circumstances under which that would happen, I think, are adequate for our purposes.
Okay, any additional discussion?
Chair, may I make a suggestion as well? I was just reviewing the conditions of approval, just to double check. And it seems that we did copy some of the conditions of approval from a separate project. So my recommendation to the board would be to strike conditions of approval 21, 23, 25, and 26, and just amend 24 to show White Pine Hydro instead of Oak Point.
Mr. Chair, I have a list of issues for that one. I was planning on addressing. I thought we were going to do the findings of facts first.
Sorry.
Sure, yeah, no, that's okay, no, this is good. Didn't want to interrupt, but yes, thank you, Charles. We historically hit findings and then come back in conditions, but yes. So any additional discussion on the motion to amend findings of fact item D and I as discussed? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we adopt the findings of fact as amended.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor of adopting the findings of fact as amended. Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that we amend the draft conditions of approval by striking I believe it was item 17 through 26. As I believe those all apply to the school project. Meaning that 17, there's no work within the public right-of-way that's being proposed. 18, the applicant doesn't need to provide routine inspections of the stormwater facilities, as there are none. Deficiencies found during post-construction of the stormwater management facilities does not apply. The design engineer shall construct and stabilize the stormwater management facilities built on site, not applicable. 21, they don't need to pay impact fees, traffic impact fees prior to substantial completion before April 7th, 2028. 22, there's no need to obtain necessary easements for off-site traffic improvement work prior to the start of construction. 23, Oak Point shall provide a copy of the site location of development permit. They're not involved in this project. 24, the contractor shall coordinate with Oak Point and city representatives regarding construction traffic plans. That's not applicable. And 25, prior to completion of construction, the school department shall enter a maintenance agreement for the outside contractor for the stormwater, not applicable, as well as 26. The applicant has no need to provide stormwater management as-built certification. So I believe by deleting all of those,
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. So with that, there was, Charles, you had recommended just modifying 24.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure if that would just be like making sure it doesn't impact any, surrounding if they need to get in to do some of the work. Usually that could just, there might not be any traffic control plan, but if there is for necessary to do the work, whether it's, blocking a sidewalk, rerouting people, I would just recommend keeping that in there and changing it to White Pine Hydro, but.
okay? So I would amend my motion that we add a condition 17 that the applicant shall coordinate with the Director of Public Works and police officials regarding any construction traffic alterations or traffic flow changes during construction.
Well, I'll amend my second.
All right, thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any discussion on the motion? There's a lot in there. That, Charles, Lisa, is that clear what we're looking for, Ben, there? Okay. Any additional discussion? No. All right, those in favor of modifying conditions of approval 17 through 26 as discussed? Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to amend the draft conditions of approval as discussed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the conditions of approval as amended.
I would second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion to adopt the conditions of approval as amended? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we grant site plan approval for the project at 1 Elm Street, map 38, lot 9.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Great, thank you. Nothing else on that item, Charles, Ben? Okay. Great, thank you. All right, continuing this evening, we will move to our item 7E. This is 42 Ferry Road. This is map 22, lot 34. And this is a public hearing and continued application review for preliminary subdivision, site plan, and conditional use. And this is for a 25-unit condominium project within the medium-density residential zoning district. Anything to add on this item, Charles?
None right now. There were 3 public comments included in the after the fact packet. So you should have those in front of you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures on this item before we begin? Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, it was pointed out to me at this morning's site walk that I'm not in a butter to the property, but I live within a half a mile, I would guess. So just worth noting that as a disclosure.
Okay. Thank you, Joyce. Board members, any reason to feel that Joyce should not participate in this?
I don't see it as a problem, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Any from the applicant? All right, great. So with that, if the applicant would like to come up and give us any updates or a little presentation.
Good evening. My name is Craig Burgess with Acorn Engineering. For purposes of the public hearing tonight, I will give a brief overview of the project. Not a lot has changed since the last submission. We have gone through and addressed some of the comments that we did receive. I can touch upon those a little bit later. As an overview, the project is a 25-unit condominium. They will be single-family units served by 2 private roadways. There will be an internal walkway providing access to all units, as well as a clubhouse, which will be at the end of one of the first private roadways. And that clubhouse will serve as kind of like a community area for the tenants to gather. There'll also be a pool in the back with a patio. Utilities will all be extended from Ferry Road, so there's water, sanitary sewer, and underground utilities. So they'll all extend up into the site. As part of the application packet, we did provide ability to serve letters from Maine Water and the city's wastewater department. Stormwater, I understand, has been discussed a lot as part of this project, and I feel like the project has gone above and beyond for low-impact stormwater treatment. What's included are 2 infiltration basins, 1 under-drain soil filter, roof drip edges at every building, and an infiltration trench. All the best management practices have been oversized to not only limit the peak rates of runoff at the property lines, but also the volume of runoff. So the volume of runoff is actually not an ordinance requirement, so this project's going above and beyond. So we're holding back the volume, recognizing that there are sensitive stormwater issues, in particular the spring-fed pond that was discussed during the site walk. About a third of the site is draining in that direction, and there was quite a bit of discussion at the site walk about that. And the 1/3 of the site draining to that area, it is treated and detained by 1 under-drain soil filter, which again is oversized to limit the volume going there. I did have a chance to go back and do some site recon to look at that area. And that area where the pond is, as well as a gravel pit, it's very flat in nature. During the bigger rainfall events, I would anticipate that the runoff, the flooding levels builds up to a certain point, and I can see how that area probably gets, there's probably a lot of water there. It is a sandy soil, so a lot of that water does have the ability to absorb it. But during the 100-year rainfall events, there really is no outlet point. That eventually makes its way to that natural drainage swale that we looked at the very rear of the property. That drainage swale drains around, and it eventually makes its way into the tidal portion of Goose Fair Brook. It goes underneath through a culvert, I believe it's Elmwood or one of those roadways in Strawberry Fields. But going back to the spring-fed pond, when that floods, it eventually reaches a level, and it wants to be directed towards the Seal Cove development. That is ultimately the way that the lay of the land slopes, is towards the Seal Cove development. I have reached out to the planning department to see if there's any plans available to, as part of that development. None were available at the time. I would be interested to look at how that was designed, but it does appear that there's no real culvert either at the driveway serving the two neighbors with the homes that we looked at near the spring-fed pond, or there's no culvert that I saw in the Seal Cove development. But the drainage does want to flow in that direction. This is an existing drainage issue, and I believe that this development, with the reduction of peak flow rates and volume rates, we're not going to increase or make that condition worse. But I do think that it's something that the two neighbors, as well as Seal Cove, if flooding issues do continue to be an issue, it should be discussed, not related to this project, but I think a culvert under that driveway with a swale or a ditch behind the units of Seal Cove would help reduce the flooding levels that are there. So that is something that I did get a chance to look at after the site walk. This project does require a Maine DEP stormwater law because it will create 1.6 acres of new impervious surface. So that does trigger that stormwater law. The city does have delegated capacity to review the stormwater law, and a lot of that information was covered in the Department of Public Works, their review letter that they sent us. There were a lot of stormwater-related questions, some of which I did reach out to Maine DEP to get their, I did coordinate with them to get their confirmation on some of the issues, such as the location of the best management practices near the property lines, as well as whether or not Goose Fair Brook is actually labeled as urban impaired. Maine DEP said that it is not urban impaired where it is tidally influenced. So, and as I mentioned, this site drains toward the Strawberry Fields neighborhood, and it eventually becomes an unnamed stream which drains into Goose Fair Brook. So I know that there may have been some material presented in the past on this project that did present it in a way that it was urban impaired, but that is not in fact the case. I did reach out to Jeff Dennis, who at DEP is in charge of the urban impaired stream phosphorus watersheds, and he did confirm it is not. There is a data set that's looked at by DEP. It's like a GIS map viewer that shows where all the urban impaired stream watersheds are, and this project is not within that watershed area. So it is not an urban impaired stream watershed. If it was, what the applicant would need to do, and I'm sure the board is familiar with it, there would be like a compensation fee or in lieu fee that would be required unless the applicant could demonstrate treating the runoff off-site, which in this case it could not happen, but we don't have to go there because it's not an urban impaired stream watershed. We do understand that it's a sensitive watershed in Saco, but this project is going above and beyond for stormwater BMP treatment with the implementation, the construction of the different types of best management practices. Going back to the comments that we received from the Public Works, we did go through and provide a very detailed response to each item. I did notice that one of our responses didn't go through correctly, and that was related to the catch basin and storm drain system out towards Ferry Road. We redesigned that. We took away the catch basin from Ferry Road. Instead, we're keeping the new storm drainage line within the right-of-way, but in an area where it slopes so we can get the proper cover over the storm drain pipe. I do recognize that as it was designed, it was very minimal cover over that pipe, which is what the city engineer pointed out. And I don't think that it could have really be redesigned in a way that would provide the suitable amount of cover over that pipe, which is typically 2 feet or more. So we kept the storm drain pipe within the right-of-way, and we slope it to the east toward the existing driveway culvert. And that change is depicted on the revised plans. We also did receive a wetland peer review, and that wetland peer review did note that they were in agreement with the wetlands that were depicted on our plan. There were, vernal pools were checked on this site during the spring, but no vernal pools were found. Generally, they're sandy Colton soils, which were verified through the various test pit data that we submitted as part of the application. And there was also a very detailed landscape peer review, which we provided responses to. 24-inch trees were located on the property. There were 5 or 6 that are depicted on the construction management plan. One of those toward the rear of the site is being saved. It's in that existing tree buffer area. The other 5 or so are kind of within the limits of the development where the homes are. There's one tree towards the Atlantic Heights. It's right on the property line. If that tree was saved, it would like hang over some of these units, and we feel it's just safer to remove that tree on the easterly property line. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board with any comments and moving into the public hearing. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Craig. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Craig, have you, with regards to some of the comments, there's an overlay district for the spring resource protection. We've never really seen the location mapped on the abutter's property as to where the spring is. But it's called out in our comp plan that it's an area of particular concern, and that's why there's an overlay district for that. And I don't recall seeing the overlay district on your plan set. So I guess how do we go about determining the location of that spring and then mapping the buffer around it? Because if that buffer is on your, or the buffer is required to be on a parcel of your land, we need to know that. And typically we have those things mapped out. So that's one of the questions that I kind of have, right? I have, I believe there was a deed that was provided that talked about a pipe that would run from that spring to, I think it was house number 66 on the Ferry Road. And I'm assuming that must pass through your site. And how do we mitigate that if it was a deeded right-of-way or deeded use? So it was a little confusing for me because it was really dated in some of the deeds, and the names of the streets changed at some point from being Beach Street to Ferry Road. So I kind of lost my bearings, but I think that there was enough material presented there that it warrants discussion, right? And so if that person still has right title and interest to water being delivered to their house at 66, how is your effect gonna, how is your construction going to affect that? Another issue that was brought up was the possibility of vernal pools on a neighboring property. And I've never really had this presented before, because oftentimes we hear people say, oh yeah, I've walked that property and there are vernal pools there. And I appreciate that our peer review went out and said we agree with, you know, the applicant's review of wetland delineation. But it just seemed to, I don't know how to handle it when it's on a neighboring property. If that protection buffer, that 250-foot protection buffer, if somebody's going to go say, hey, I have a vernal pool on my property, and they realize it could decrease their own property value, if it was deemed and mapped as a vernal pool, do we have the ability to actually have our peer review determine if that was a vernal pool? It's just kind of a question. I don't know if it's so much for you, but for the board and staff. So I'd be interested in hearing some more details, particularly on the Seal Rock Spring, where it's located. Sounds like there's a bunch of underground piping and another pipeline that might run away from your lot. But I'm particularly troubled, how do I sit here and make a determination if you're abiding to the resource protection overlay if we don't know where to measure from on the abutting property? So that was one of my concerns. I do appreciate you taking the time to go and do the outfall discharge in that back corner, the lowest point on the lot. I have seen this several times where the applicants come before us, and we've seen that these best management practices typically work very well. And in this case, there's so much land that runs away and into a lower abutting property. I have to try to weigh that out as well. But for me, a lot of my questions kind of are revolving around that resource protection zone, where the spring actually is, and if the board wanted to consider another site walk here as well. Apparently, we may have missed some important details in that corner if we were looking at your clubhouse to the left side of that. It sounded like we might have missed some important details on that site walk, so I would be open to an additional site walk if we needed to for that. I know you probably can't answer all those questions about the spring right now, but that's kind of in my mind what I kind of need as part of your site plan and your visual and that abutting lot where that spring is located, and then our protection buffer around that, and then how it may affect your applicant's proposed plans.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Jim?
Just quickly, I was also curious as to where that spring is, and I was looking at our ordinances in the Resource Protection District, Overlay District. They show this little green dot off of the Old Orchard Road that's supposed to be, I think, Seal Rock Spring. It didn't, it looked like it was closer to the Old Orchard Road than it is Ferry Road. But it's still, the location's just a mystery. But I had that same question. I'm not as concerned about that deed, about the right to water, because it looked like it was just for the grantor or the mother of the grantor, or, it didn't look like it was a condition that was going to last a whole long time, at least the way I read the deed, so I'm not as concerned about that. But I am interested in hearing members of the public speak as well, so I don't have any other questions right now.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions from board members? Jeff? All right, Craig, just for a moment here, I guess, if you could you touch upon the spring question? I guess, and then maybe we can touch upon vernal pools on adjacent properties. It's a good question. I don't think we've heard that yet, but maybe specifically for a moment, Seal Rock Spring and what we know about that.
Yeah, I'm interested to learn more too, and I'd look to the planning department or the city to point me in the direction with that green dot location, so we can get it shown on our plans with the appropriate radius to see if it actually falls on our property. So I will work with planning and city staff to get that shown. And as far as the pipe, I assume that that's abandoned now and probably could be completely removed if it was hit as part of the construction for this. I would, again, like to learn more about that and where that pipe would be located so that we can depict it on our plans. And as far as vernal pools on neighboring property, it's generally not standard practice that we go look at vernal pools on neighboring properties. That would open up a can of worms on just about every project in Saco, and we certainly don't have the right to do that, so vernal pools were not mapped on adjacent properties. And as far as the site walk, I think I think it's generally, we stay on the property when we do site walks, which is why we didn't use that cleared path for access, as it wasn't explicitly known to us that that walkway was provided for access, and so we didn't go on adjacent property. Just like when I did my drainage review, I tried not to go on to trespass onto private property to do that.
All right, great, thank you. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, with that, if you don't have any more questions, I would move that we open the public hearing for 42 Ferry Road.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing on this item? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open a public hearing on this item. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and do our best to address them at the conclusion.
Before you start the time, thank you. I am Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I just want to point out, in the after-the-fact packet, you did receive in an email 7 of these articles that were provided to you. The packet has only 1. So I am requesting that the other 6 pages be included with the after-the-fact packet and uploaded for tomorrow morning. So it will be a complete packet. Thank you so much. This due diligence is hard on everyone. This was very troubling when I just do my thing, and this particular issue is going to harm everyone, and it's revealed. I have to share. So on November 7th, the abutters invited me to review, share my findings, and to speak on this application. In my opinion, this application is not legally complete under our zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan. The applicant plans failed to show the abutters protected natural resource, Seal Rock Spring, a resource protection overlay district with a 100-foot horizontal buffer. Thereby, the planning board cannot evaluate nor legally approve this application as presented. Applicant has not fully demonstrated compliance with a no adverse impact site plan standards or NERPA's avoidance standard. The burden of proof is on the applicant. Protected natural resources requires locating and mapping the Seal Rock Spring in a plan sheets showing the 100-foot protected buffer radius. Hydrogeologic evaluation is required, assessing groundwater flow paths between the site and the spring, analyzing the mounding effect and discharge from underdrained soil filter infiltration basins, and ensuring that the project, including impervious surfaces, will not alter Seal Rock Spring, wetlands, or the pond. Plans must ensure zero encroachment of any prohibited uses within the 100-foot buffer. These include the clubhouse, pool, parking areas, fence, road section, and stormwater BMPs under drains located at the western boundary. Compliance with urban impaired stream standards, stormwater plan with on-site treatment with no fee in lieu to ensure protection of the Seal Rock Spring. I did hear about Mr. Burgess's comments. I do believe you did read that the articles that he went back and forth with that department, they did have to do the 500 level. A new application is warranted with applicable permits and plans to include Seal Rock Spring and its 100-foot buffer. If done, on-site protection within the 100-foot buffer with all reports provided to the Seal Rock Spring owners would at minimum include no disturb, no cut monumentation, permanent visible monuments along a 100-foot buffer before any clearing begins, orange snow fence, and to ensure zero equipment or stockpile storage. Require a third-party environmental inspector, no violation of buffer, occurring sedimentation, or dewatering impacts. Have that report. Require a groundwater monitoring plan for pollutants, chemical seepage, and changes in the water table, and to also include the subdivision's 20-foot buffer for enhanced protection beyond the 100-foot buffer. In my opinion, 32 Ferry Road owners have been egregiously harmed to date. They purchased their home 1.5 years ago from Mr. Conlon, had conversations with this applicant they had conversations with this applicant in front of you at the time of executing the right of first refusal of the back lot earlier this year. They paid $350,000 for this back acre, met with Saco's PDRC team concerning an ADU proposal. I will be forwarding this to you with the minutes attached afterwards, and I have met with the code enforcement officer. Their intentions have been an ADU with an eventual home on the back lot for their family compound. They were not notified for the application completeness meeting. At no time did anyone disclose a protected natural resource, Seal Rock Spring, until their notice of a public hearing and recent research and documentation. The abutters are now facing ramifications of owning Seal Rock Spring, inquiring about possible material defect damages, and have posted their land until they can completely comprehend their situation. 2 more lines, Chair.
Quickly, sure.
Thank you. In my opinion, this current application is not legally complete. It is a flawed development application that failed to identify the resource and a failure of regulation. Did the city officially record, map, track, and enforce the buffer zone of this spring or Saco's other protected 3 springs? Will the city intervene in this planning process? Whatever you decide, thank you for reviewing the public's documentation. And for a correction, the 66 was not on Ferry Road, it was on Beach Street. These pipes that I found in all these deeds, they go from the spring, and if you read the articles, you will then know it's 908 feet from the Quonset hut that was built in 1949. They purchased it, the Cody family was in 1919. So they operated at 32 Ferry Road, where that garage is there, and you will see the documentation, you will see the pictures, you will see the garage with the orange crush that was on that, because they also did Moxie back then. In all the documents that I particularly looked at, gave it to the owners and to the other abutters, the spring is in the back near the wetland on their property. Mr. Labani, at last November's sketch plan, he mentioned that he was going to pick up that lot, that sketch plan. At that time, Mr. Conlon was before you in April of last year about the sketch plan of those 9 to 10 units. No one knows where this was. But with due diligence, this is on the back end. And Mr. Labonte at last November said that their property, the 32 Ferry Road, was 135 feet across. So it is over in a particular area. We don't know. But what will happen is the moment it is marked, it is my estimation that is only 40 to 50 feet away from the boundary. That will be 50 feet to 60 feet. That is going to be encroachment onto 42 Ferry Road. And it is a radius horizontally, so when you reach out, I do believe it's going to affect the underdrained soil at the corner. It's going to affect the pool, the clubhouse, the patio, the fence that's on the line, and it's going to affect maybe 1 to 1.5 parking spaces of the 5, and it will affect the back end of Harpoon Way. Where it's going to be, I don't know. But then you have to add the 20 feet subdivision setback buffer. So this is like going to be, in my estimation, 120 feet from when you find out where that source is. And with this particular family being harmed, never knowing at the sale of their house, never knowing at the sale of the back lot, never knowing from a conversation with Mr. Labonte when he wanted to purchase it, I don't think he knows. I don't think we actually knew. But these documents will point you to the same area logically that everybody else is going for. It is behind the Quonset hut, but it's 908 feet. The pipelines that are on the deeds, they're all over the city of Saco, and it is 66 Beach Street. I picked out the furthest one I could find. 66 Beach Street, across from Fairfield School, the yellow house that Mitch Sanborn, I believe, owns. That is where the pipe went. And before we had municipal water, what happened is we used the spring water. That's what the travelers and the residents of that area had for water all those years before we had municipal water. So there are a lot of right-of-ways, there's a lot of easements. I don't think that they're particularly involved with this area. And then the pond in the back, you saw the pictures. I was a realtor 2010 on 29A with Georgia Bell, and that was flooded, and it was beyond the most flooded picture that you could see. And that was totally disclosed. She did buy the property, and she is here to speak. So I know I went over the time, but I really think it was important because this is vital for this application. Will the city have to pull it? Because it is not a complete application. Because every plan is going to have to reflect what that radius is and what can they build in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. I'm David Rewinkle of 32 Ferry Road, speaking for myself and my wife Suzanne Casano as owners of the property at 32 Ferry and abutters of 42 Ferry. Before I begin, I agree with everything that Ms. Archer has just said, especially how this matter has harmed us. We also agree that the abutters, Georgia Bell and Andrew and Maggie Mondak, what they share tonight, we know what they were going to say, and we agree with what they're going to share from an abutter's perspective. You may be surprised to know, as we were, that Mr. Labonte and Michael Conlon each tried separately to develop 32 Ferry Road and yet failed to know or failed to disclose of any knowledge. I also don't believe that he knew, but that there was any knowledge of Seal Rock Spring location that we believe will have an impact on the subdivision. The city of Saco also does not seem to be aware of the location of the spring. We do. Or pretty close. The planning board should deny this application or at least require substantial modifications, we feel. And so do 85 of our neighbors, as evidenced by this letter of concern that we distributed over the last couple weeks. Citizens are showing their support to ensure the planning department considers our concerns, but not limited to high crash locations in this area, protections for local wildlife, saving mature trees at 42 Ferry, protecting the impact to springs and spring-fed ponds. Next, I'm moving on to traffic safety. First, the development has parking for 3 cars per condo. There's an 18-foot pad, and there's a single-car garage. So it is not 50 or 60, it's 75 cars that are going to be added onto Ferry Road for traffic. The recent plan update from Big Ledge cuts out pedestrian infrastructure. This means no sidewalk and no crosswalk. It was Saco PD that recommended against the crosswalk. They said it's a bad idea based on safety concerns at that site, essentially confirming that Ferry Road is too dangerous for pedestrian crossings there. This contradicts the Big Ledge claim that this area is of urban character. Walkers and bikers will be stranded, which violates the safe pedestrian access requirement. This project fails to meet our standards for urban designation. We urge board members to compel a thorough and transparent traffic study to this area in Saco. Also, the speed limit on Ferry Road is 35 miles per hour, not 25 as claimed by Mr. Labonte at the neighborhood meeting and in the initial application. Locals observe drivers often going much faster than 35. Many of them are here. So board members, we ask and we hope that you will be asking many qualifying questions of the applicant tonight and in the future. This is because we see a lot of mistakes in the plans and documents, typos, errors, and content from other projects and matters are included and then told that it's not there and then they're fixed. We, the lay people, are not qualified to police the applicant. Developers have access to lawyers, engineers, surveys, etc. We don't. These mistakes are sloppy and there doesn't seem to be any consequences for the carelessness we've observed. Speaking of engineers, we called an Acorn engineer 2 to 3 weeks ago to ask questions. That person said I would receive a call back. I never got that call back. In less than a minute, you're going to hear from my wife, Suzanne, about relevant and enlightening historical information. Everybody was not quite knowing what we were talking about here. She's going to explain. If you have reviewed the materials that we've submitted already, then you know how the RPOD comes into play. Per ordinance, this means that Seal Rock Spring has a 100-foot buffer at a minimum, and it is a protected area that rules out building in that radius, which extends into 42 Ferry. Saco only has 4 springs that are protected in this way. Just 4. It's disappointing that the lack of knowledge from the city and prominent developers has harmed us in ways, including diminishing our buildable land area and reducing the potential resale value and the use of the land in general. So please note, finally, that we have posted those no trespassing signs to protect the area while this matter is under review. Thank you, members of the Saco Planning Board and staff, for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, and staff, thank you so much for staying late tonight to hear us. My name is Suzanne Cassano, 32 Ferry Road, speaking for myself and my husband, David Rewinkle, as owners and western abutters to this proposed development that will create significant water runoff, drainage, and flooding issues on our property, which includes a protected spring, as you've heard. I've gathered years of records reaching back to the 1872 York County map, and this should be in your after-the-fact packet, but I've noticed that as Ms. Kelly Archer explained, it looks like you only received one of my attachments instead of the 7. So if you'd like afterwards, I can bring up my copy for you, Mr. Chair. This map identifies our property as part of the W. Stevenson Farm. That farm was later bought by Silas Gurney, who understood the commercial value of the spring on his land. And by 1884, Gurney secured federal patents and trademarks and began exporting Seal Rock spring water by rail to hotels in Boston and New York City. Stewardship of the spring passed from Mr. Gurney to the Levitt family and then to Frank X.C. Cody. My home at 32 Ferry is the very same place where Mr. Cody founded the Seal Rock Spring Beverage Company in 1919. At that time, the address was 368 Beach Street. And if you look at 32 Ferry today and at the historic images we submitted, you can look at this later, I guess. This is one of the other ones that I submitted that weren't included in your packet. If you look at this historic image, you can see the original 1825 cape with its distinctive columns. In 1921, the house had extensions that elled back and over to the bottling building. That structure, which served as the original plant for 29 years, still stands today as our garage. By 1949, it was renamed the Seal Rock Bottling Company and had expanded. As a story reported in the Biddeford Saco Journal titled "Open House at Seal Rock Spring," the company moved the main bottling operation to the new Old Orchard Road Quonset hut facility to handle major brands like Moxie, Orange Crush, and Honey Maid Root Beer. Hundreds of local residents attended the grand opening, which also marked its 30th anniversary. This was a major community event with tours, state-of-the-art machinery, free tonic and crush flips, souvenirs, prizes, and Mayor Myron E. Savage officiating. This article further details the no easy task of digging a trench for the 908-foot pipeline connecting the new facility back to Seal Rock Spring in the rear acre of 32 Ferry, where a pump moved 600 gallons an hour from the spring to the mixing room. Old deeds, oral history from neighbors and members of the Cody family, and historic slides provide further evidence of underground pipes throughout the neighborhood. Again, the spring behind our home at 32 Ferry is the same spring that used to feed both the original bottling facility and the new Quonset hut, and now feeds the pond at the north end of our property. I want to state that I agree with Kelly Archer on everything she has stated, but I want to expand on her final point. My husband and I have been harmed by these facts. When we bought our home in March 2024 and the land behind it in January 25, we had no idea a spring was located there. This was never disclosed to us by the seller of both properties, Conlin Development. That non-disclosure has harmed us, and that harm will be perpetuated and magnified if the planning board approves this application. So here is what I ask you to consider. For at least the past 140 years, the spring at 32 Ferry has been a documented, commercial, and natural resource of high value. The physical structures and the spring itself remain as tangible evidence of Saco's industrial history. How is it possible that the city of Saco and the planning board have no record of this historic and protected spring and is considering approving an abutting high-density condo development? I implore you, please, to protect us and our Ward 4 neighbors by insisting that every I is dotted, every T crossed, every environmental and traffic study be complete on this application and any other subsequent development application for this parcel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Can I bring these to you?
Yeah, please give them to staff and they'll record that and they will make it as part of the after the fact packet for us.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Board. My name is Roland Gagne, and I live on 8 Thunder Road in Saco. My wife and I have been Saco residents for 50 years. 60 years ago, please don't do the math, that would make me a real old dude. But anyway, 68 years ago, I can remember my father saying, "Let's go for a ride." And this was going to be one of these typical exciting rides where we'd leave Old Orchard Beach and make our way down towards this area, going through Ocean Park, going through the Kenny Shore area, and getting to Camp Bellis. He'd hang a right. And as we were going down that road, my brother and I were marveled by the homes, the landscaping, the river, the fishing that was going on. And my brother, being much smarter than I am, asked my father, "Where are we?" My father responded, "We're on the ferry road in Saco. There's a lot of history behind this road." And I think if you look it up, you'll see that there is an awful lot of history behind this road. So we continued on another 4 miles and then hang right at Old Orchard Road, and guess what? Our trip is pretty much over. We're back down to our home in Old Orchard. Well, why am I saying this? Well, the Ferry Road is pretty unique, and having been around for a while, I've seen some developments in Saco. Where we are, Pine Ridge Road and Thunder Road, Ronnie Boutet started a while back. There are 22 homes on Pine Ridge Road, 22 on Harriman Farm and Thunder Road. Each one of these homes is approximately half an acre of land. Very well done. Continuing down the Ferry Road, you come across Atlantic Heights. Again, X amount of homes there, evenly spaced, beautiful. Continue on down, and you've got Richards Way. Too many homes to count. And then, of course, you've got the ferry landing. 22 homes, very nicely done. Well, my concern is the aesthetics of this proposed development. 25 homes that appear to be on top of each other, with a total of 3 feet, from what I was told, that each homeowner would own. 3 feet. The problem is this. Aesthetically, it is not as pleasing as some of these other developments. But most importantly to me is the traffic. 50 years ago, leaving Pine Ridge Road certainly was not much of a challenge. People were respectful the way they drove, and we could get out of that road fairly easy. Today, it's a different ballgame. I don't care if the speed limit is 25 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. Many cars coming down that road are in excess of 40 to 45 miles an hour, coming from Camp Ellis and coming from Saco. So that's a chief concern. Getting out of that street is challenging. We've got school buses, we've got delivery trucks, we have got cyclists, we've got all kinds of challenges, and it's a hair-raising experience just to get out of that road. So I'm convinced that this project is not in the best interest of Saco, certainly not in the best interest of the 300-year-old ferry road. But what rings out to me is a little bit of research that I've done regarding how the planning board has denied certain applications. And I quote, "Failure to adequately demonstrate compliance with the city's standards for traffic impact and overall neighborhood compatibility." If you check out that neighborhood, this project is not compatible. It certainly doesn't fit the issue of compatibility. So therefore, I urge the planning board to deny this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Mark Powers. I live at the cottages of Atlantic Heights, and I also serve on the board of directors there. The 69 residents that live at the cottages of Atlantic Heights are requesting the following adjustments to the 25 condo development on 42 Ferry Road. First, we're requesting six-foot-high vinyl fence to be installed on the property line adjacent to the inn and the property line adjacent to the dog park area on our campus. Secondly, we're concerned about the increased traffic that will result from the condo development. We believe there is already a safety concern with the current traffic on Ferry Road. The additional traffic created by the new condo development will only add to this traffic hazard. We propose 2 solutions to correct this traffic safety concern for our residents: reduce the speed limit on this section of Ferry Road to 25 miles an hour, create a crosswalk with flashing lights at the intersection of Harbor Drive and Ferry Road to alert drivers when people are crossing the road at this intersection. As an aging population, crossing Ferry Road is a challenge for many of our residents. We believe the minor improvements outlined will lower the impact of both increased traffic and the increased number of people residing in the new condo development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Georgia Bell, and I'm the property owner of 29A Old Orchard Road. I am here tonight before the board to express my continued concern and further reiterate how this proposed development on 42 Ferry Road by Big Ledge LLC is going to significantly and adversely impact my property and my neighbors' properties. In my letter to the board dated November 12th, I stated that my primary concern revolves around the increase in flooding to my property, which is inevitable with the construction of this high-density subdivision of 25 homes on 3.7 acres. As it is, my property already experiences significant flooding during the winter and springtime months and during periods of extreme rain. In the past, during major flood events, floodwaters persisted in my yard for up to 2 weeks. There is nowhere else for the water to go because I'm at the lowest point in the area. I have a spring-fed pond on my property that I share with the abutting neighbors. This pond overflows during heavy precipitation and during significant snowmelt, which results in the flooding of my property. The pictures that I have submitted along with my letter demonstrates the extent of the flooding. Here are a couple of these pictures. This is my backyard, and as you can see, the floodwaters are only a few feet from my home. These pictures were also submitted with a letter that I sent to you on the 12th. According to the site plans, the construction of this subdivision requires the complete clearing of trees from this wooded building lot. These trees are necessary for natural rainfall retention and filtration. This clear-cut building lot will render this land as impervious to rainwater and will create a stormwater runoff problem. The developer proposes the creation of retention and filtration ponds that will supposedly capture most of the stormwater runoff that will be created from the subdivision. However, the retention pools, which are at higher elevations and flow downward, are adjacent to the abutters and only a few feet from the property line. Also, it is unrealistic to believe that all of this rainwater will be captured by these retention pools. During severe rain events, contaminated stormwater runoff from the development and overflow from these retention pools will flow to the abutters' properties and almost immediately into the spring-fed pond. Furthermore, this contaminated water will be detrimental to the wildlife and currently the inhabitants of the spring-fed pond. Such federally protected wildlife, like the great blue heron, will be affected along with a vibrant ecosystem. Ultimately, this proposal asks that the surrounding community shoulder the significant and lasting harm so that a developer may pursue high-density construction on land that it is not suited for. The risks to the properties and to the pond's ecosystem are clear, documented, and unavoidable. I urge the board to scrutinize this plan with the seriousness that it requires. The consequences of this development will remain with us long after the work crews have gone and the developer has moved on. We are simply asking that our homes, our safety, and the natural places that we share be protected. I respectfully ask the board to safeguard our community by rejecting this subdivision as it is proposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Time for one more, or is it getting?
Continue. Yep. Okay. We'll hear you. Yes.
Thank you.
We've got a minute.
Okay.
He gets 5. Yes.
Thank you. Andrew Mondak, 29 Old Orchard Road. I'm in a butter. Good evening, Planning Board members. I'm not opposed to development of this land. I'd originally hoped that the planning process would ensure a well-designed development that could benefit both the developer and the community. But after thoroughly reviewing the application, their subsequent submissions, and the responses from third-party consultants, state, municipal, private levels. I now have to kind of speak out against an opposition of this project as it's submitted at this time. The application contains frivolous errors and omissions that raise fundamental questions about whether the planning board can rely on the accuracy of what the applicant has submitted. This even continues after a letter from the Saco DPW pointed out several errors in the original application. This also includes the absence of a majority of the neighboring buildings, homes, and environment from the plan so that you, the board, are not able to effectively judge this project and its full impact. How would you approve a project when the applicant cannot accurately document basic facts about their own proposal and omit info necessary for an objective decision? Currently, the natural environment manages water in a way that does not harm my property. The portion of the lot acreage that drains to the north is covered in vegetation that acts as a natural retention. Rainfall infiltrates gradually, distributed naturally across the entire wooded area, which my property benefits from. The applicant's plan fundamentally changes this and undervalues the natural ability that they plan to remove. Even if the built stormwater system works as planned during normal storms, concentrating the collection at the border of my property creates an unacceptable risk during extreme weather events that are increasing in number, duration, and intensity when compared to historical data. Our access to our home already has flooded historically and is wet during normal conditions. As you can see, just normal conditions from this week, we have standing water. Not that this is the fault of, my bordering neighbor now, but it's just, this is this way drainage has worked already. The current natural system protects my property. The proposed engineered system, which concentrates risk on my property line, increases the risk to future flooding. I'm not saying it will flood my property, but it increases that risk to us because it moves all that natural collected drainage next to and catches it on our border. So if anything goes wrong, where is it going to go? Over to us. The applicant includes letters from state agencies like Maine DEP, DIFW, the Maine Natural Areas Program, as evidence of the acceptability of this project. But these letters deserve careful reading. For example, the Maine DIFW explicitly states, quote, "Please note that as project details are lacking, our comments should be considered preliminary. Our department has not mapped any essential habitats that would be affected by this project," end quote. Basically, the absence of warnings from officials should not automatically be interpreted as approval. It mainly indicates incomplete data. They mentioned the finding referenced from DEP does not, in fact, he says did not believe and in fact confirmed the watershed is not impaired where it drains from the north. Doesn't mean that the watershed is not impaired. It just means that they don't have any data on the watershed that the property is draining to. Just because they can't confirm that it is, does not mean that they are confirming that it isn't. They don't have any data on the streams that run into the tidal part of Goosefair Brook. Also, I wanted to touch on the vernal pool that was mentioned earlier in the meeting today. The one that is observed is off the north border of the property where I believe Craig mentioned it as a natural swale drainage. That swale drainage that they're pointing out is this vernal pool that which during the drought conditions from the summer doesn't look like a vernal pool at the moment because it's dry, but you can see evidence of standing water that is observed every year in this location. And it's not his or the applicant's responsibility to map these out as much as the board to be aware that this is within the zone of influence from their overflow. May I finish with my quick conclusion? Thank you. If the goal is to maximize developer profits without regard to community impact, then I would understand the approval of this project as it's been submitted, which seeks to maximize profits at all costs. You, the planning board, have the authority and responsibility to require better. I'm asking you to protect us as abutters and residents of the city with the same diligence you would expect to receive if our positions were reversed. Neighbors like me have limited resources, but will be shouldering the bulk of the risk created. Please afford us equal consideration so that we can be good neighbors, and rest assured that we will be gaining good neighbors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Maggie Mondak, 29B Old Orchard Road in abutter. Fully agree with the concerns expressed tonight by our neighbors, the wrinkles in our community. Regarding stormwater...
Real quick, can you just make sure you're speaking over here to your left, speak into the mic? Thank you. And can you restate your name and address? Thanks.
Good evening, Maggie Mondak, 29B Old Orchard Road, abutter. Fully agree with the concerns expressed tonight by our neighbors, the Rewinkles, and the community. Regarding stormwater, 42 Ferry slopes directly toward our property at 29B. The drainage pipe on page C31 on the north end is sure to flood our driveway during heavy storms with water, making access to our home dangerous. I believe this is an appealable offense. C31 also shows drainage directly into what I believe are vernal pools and are not included in the application's existing conditions within 200 feet. Regarding missing environmental surveys, both on the property and within 200 feet, we are aware there is a spring on 32 Ferry, very near the 42 Ferry property line, and understand it should be protected. In the 32 Ferry spring feeds into the pond next to our house. The pond at 29A and B is less than 50 feet from the development and planned drainage. The pond is spring-fed and leads into the Goose Fair Brook watershed from the 32 Ferry spring. The pond feeds significant wildlife, including ducks, heron, deer, turkeys, etc. Here in this picture is, I believe, a blue heron in the pond. Blue herons are a federally protected species. Here's a picture of 10 ducks in a very full pond. This is documentation of significant wildlife. These pictures have been sent to the board. I believe 42 Ferry is a deer wintering area. These are protected. It is also my understanding deer use 42 Ferry as a critical corridor from the Saco River to the watershed area. Tree removal and safety hazards. All trees will be removed, including numerous old-growth trees. Clear cutting would include trees near and on the property line. The developer has refused surveying boundary trees on abutting properties. When trees on my side of the property are exposed, they will weaken and fall on my property, putting our lives at risk. Who assumes liability when our boundary trees fail from the clear cutting and drainage construction planned right next to our house? Density and traffic impacts. Will a current geographically relevant traffic study be required? There was a death on Ferry Road. This is already a road with serious issues, leading to a failing intersection. Children are walking and biking to school using Ferry Road, my own children included. With this development, 75-plus cars and trucks coming and going from the planned development on a curvy road with short sight distance and speeding cars. The developers indicate they were advised it wasn't safe to add a sidewalk. Isn't or shouldn't a development here of this density be required to have safe pedestrian access? Things are not adding up for a development this dense. In closing, I am not opposed to development. However, the plan as it stands does not serve the abutters, the city, or the residents of this area. The application should be denied or required substantial modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, we're a little bit past our time here that we made a motion to hard stop at. Do you want to pause here for a moment? Any input?
I mean, I think these folks came out and I know that they want to be brief, but they want to be heard. So I'm in favor of just staying a little longer so we can listen to them.
Couple nods.
Should we set another stop time? I mean, I think we need to decide how many more.
Well, I don't think anyone's suggesting we close a public hearing or anything.
Right.
But I want the board to be able to give the applicant feedback for the next time that we see them, and continue the application, the review, public hearing. So Jim's in support of continuing. Catherine's in support of continuing. I see a head nod.
I'm always in support. I think it's very important we hear the public. There's obviously a very large interest here, and I'd be in support of continuing to hear like at least a first round of comments. I just don't know how much we can then represent to the applicant of what we're going to be looking for. I think that this is a very large issue. Everyone that stayed deserves the right to be heard, and I'll stay to hear them, but I don't think we need to put additional pressure onto the board to then tell the applicant what we're looking for additionally. I think we'll just continue the public hearing and then move to the next available review.
And I do think that, the applicant is clearly listening and taking notes. So I think there are some themes here that I'm sure you're picking up on without us pointing them out to you.
All right, so we'll, in favor of continuing till 10:30 here? Is that, we'll start there, or we'll continue? All right, we'll continue. Go ahead, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Avisha Mondak. I live at 29B Old Orchard Road, and I am in a butter. My brother and I walk to school every day, and we walk home every day. And I believe with the increased traffic from this new addition and the building, that it will be even harder for us to cross the road and more dangerous for us to walk to school. I'm also concerned about the effects on the environment that this addition will have. I believe that there's a wintering deer corridor, which is protected by the Natural Resource Protection Act at 42 Ferry, and we also believe a great blue heron in the pond at 29A and 29B, which is also federally protected. There's a drainage pipe shown on page C31 in the north area of the property that would flood my driveway with dirty water during any storms that would make access to my home dangerous. I'm also concerned about the light pollution and the noise pollution from the building of this addition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if there's no member of the public that wishes to speak tonight beyond those who have already spoken, I move that we continue the public hearing to our next available date and continue review of this application at the same time. What would be a good available date?
December 16th, 2025.
To December 16th.
I would second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion to continue public hearing and application review on this item to December 16th, 2025? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Briefly, in closing, do board members have any big picture items to add beyond some of the items that we've heard before us this evening that we can provide the applicant with direction that you would like to see more information on or have concerns on that you would like to hear more information, anything like that? I'd like to try to keep our time efficient
Mr. Chair, just two, if the applicant can help us figure out where that spring is, that'd be a big help. But secondly, I mean, there's a lot of concern by the neighbors with the flooding, potential flooding of their lots. And I tried to pay particular attention to the plans and where the elevations with the retention ponds, and to try to understand how the applicant will be protecting their neighbors from flooding. And so hopefully the next time we get together, Craig, you could just give us, really detail how that's done and point it out with the plans. And I think that would be helpful to the neighbors as well.
Thank you, Jim. Anything else from any other board members? Joyce?
I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about cutting the trees too, and I'd be interested to know how many trees of significant size there are, if we have a tree survey.
Yes, we have one. I think there's 5 or 6. It's either the first page or second page in the document.
About the,
That's okay. C03.
The boundary line
no,
trees.
sorry.
It sounded like there was, it sounded
in
like
there.
there was some conflicting information about the significant trees, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what people are saying about the habitat.
Well, briefly, the applicant did significant trees, a large tree survey on the property, and I believe the landscape peer reviewer was interested in 10 feet beyond the property line, for example, and I think maybe that's where that discussion is stemming from. Okay. Jeff, anything broad scope here for the applicant?
I apologize. For me, the spring is very important, and I don't know if staff can, or I don't know how the applicant does it. I mean, the owners are here, and they're saying that there's still some infrastructure on the lot. Does that help determine where the spring was and where they're drawing water? I mean, I think that's really vital for us, is to know where that protection overlay is. And in order to do that, some people have to go out and determine truly where that spring is versus a relatively arbitrary green dot on a zoning map. So,
Sure.
I'm sure that was quite precisely drawn, Jeff, if we just knew where it was. Mr. Chair, the only other thing I can think of is a Conservation Commission. We were hoping that they'd be able to get out there on the site and walk the site too. I don't know if they've had a chance to do that, but if they haven't, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know it was discussed at the last planning board meeting, but it's the Conservation Commission is of an advisory review, so if you did want them to join you on a site walk, they do not host their own site walks, they don't do their own site plan review, they are just an arm of the planning board in their capacity as an advisory review. So if you did want to invite them, it would have to be another, duly noticed site walk on the site, and you would want to extend that to the Conservation Commission. And then if you asked for it, by doing so, would go onto their agenda as part of their advisory review.
Great, thank you, Charles. Does that answer your question?
So it sounds like we need to do another site walk.
If we want conservation members to experience the site, yes.
Yes. So if we need to be there for them to be there, then I think we need to walk the site again. I mean, we know much of the site, but there are, with all the comments that have been made by neighbors, there are particular places that we might want to study a little bit harder and understand better. So not that we want to set up site walks every day next week, but, we should probably try to schedule one.
Thank you, Jim. Any input from other board members on that?
I concur. I would like to have the feedback not relevant to the trees of significance, and that maybe they can aid in doing a little research on whether they truly are deer habitat areas or deer wintering areas there. Not sure if that is only mapped by the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, but they could, we can't do our own research, so they might be able to guide us in that. And at the same time, it would be very appropriate that we can look at some of these areas that were brought up that we might have missed a little bit on that first site walk. So as soon as we can post it, then I'll make myself available.
So, Charles, we have quite a few site walks here coming up, and perhaps we don't have an opportunity. Maybe we can schedule something right now, but we've got.
We just scheduled one for December 1st, and I think that's that's the soonest we could notice it. Or that's like the earliest we could do one. Then we scheduled one on the 9th. If this has been rescheduled for the 16th and you'd want those to be included, obviously we can include those minutes after the fact. So if it did happen, you know, the days leading up to the planning board meeting, we can make sure that those are reflected. And I believe the Conservation Commission meeting is the 17th of December. So if you'd want them to discuss that at the 17th meeting as well, then we would have to do it, you know, between the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th. And we did schedule one for the 9th.
Well, we would have to do it, let's say, later in the week. 11th. I would also like to, I would like to, again, be specific, since it's our second, it would be our second time out there. I want to be specific about goals now at this point of where specifically we're going to be looking at on the site. I don't want to get into a habit of the board just going out and walking a site time after time after time to re-look at things. That's all. I don't want to start to create a precedent. I don't want to make it look like that's what we're doing. So if we can work on building a specific agenda. I don't think we have to pinpoint that right this second. But would the December 11th, that's a Thursday, would that work from board members? I think Catherine's going to be absent. Doesn't work for Jeff. 12? Friday the 12th? Would that work for you, Jim?
Which day?
Friday the 12th?
The 12th, sure.
Would that work for the applicant as well? Friday the 12th with the Conservation Commission? Okay, so we've continued the public hearing and application review. I think the applicant knows the questions. The big one, obviously, is the spring location.
Chair, just on the spring location, to clarify, it's just in the comp plan, it's a reference to our resource overlay district. So while there is a little bit specifically on the spring location, because it is in the city ordinance, I think we want to make sure we know where that is, as well as the other stuff, because I didn't see it mapped in our resource protection overlay district. So it's just to, yeah.
Very, very tiny on the map. You have to zoom in quite a bit.
Tiny little green dot, right?
So I understand how that is going to be a challenge, I'm sure. So just real quickly, because it's the utilities and water, 66 Beach, I'm understanding a lot of this, but I think, Craig, perhaps, I think the graphics help a ton. Maybe if they're even, you know, a large scale and we show some of these locations, I'm not quite following, maybe it's late, but I'm not following the relevance of spring being fed to 66 Beach through 32 Ferry and how it's becoming relevant, how it's affecting 42 Ferry. So that's, if there's relevancy, then obviously we want to know about it.
So maybe some clarity, or maybe can help understand that. And then graphics maybe on some high and low points in the area. I'm just trying to think of any additional graphics and graphic tools we can put together to help pinpoint some of these areas and kind of explain or further clarify some of the questions or some of the topics that have come up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you want this for the site walk, right? Or for
I think
next
more
issue?
more importantly, I think for the meeting here
Okay.
on the 16th, if there's any information that you could provide relevant to that for the site walk, of course that would help. But we might learn more, or might be able to. We might want to add to any of those graphics. Yeah, I think that's it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Jeff?
Just want to say, I think some of the confusion with the 66 Beach Street was my part. I thought it was 66 Ferry Road because of the name changes. So it's going in the opposite direction, and I didn't know if that line was crossing the 42 Ferry Road as we know it site today. So I wasn't, as Ms. Archer pointed out, that it's near Beach Street Market, so it's kind of irrelevant about that pipeline in my view. It's not crossing the parcel that we're reviewing.
Sure.
I apologize for that.
No,
I
that's okay.
did just want to touch base, though. I think we can't, I agree, I don't want to redo site walks over and over and over, but we're asking the Conservation Commission to review the site. We're going to have to pretty much walk the site as a whole, and then, given the topics tonight, we could walk that kind of northwesterly property line where the retention ponds will be, probably as close to that line, and then the border up the Atlantic Heights where they requested fencing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts? All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so continuing with our agenda, if the board wishes, we have a few remaining items. We have a planning department review memo. I think well, I guess, is the board in favor of continuing with a few of these items? Lisa?
What are you referring to?
On our agenda, we have item 7G, Planning Department Review Memo. It's on the bottom of my page here.
I don't see G on the public agenda. May I approach?
Sure. I didn't do anything. This was hot off the press.
Yeah, there's nothing on the public.
Okay, great. So, any additional general correspondences beyond what we've received this evening? No additional general correspondences? Okay, that's great. Any planning department updates or discussion items? That's okay. Planning board comments? Catherine?
I just have a question, since it's Thanksgiving and then the meeting on Tuesday. When are we going to see the packet for the second?
We are hoping, I am hoping to have the packet ready by Wednesday, so it's posted early. If not, I believe we can post on the Monday after. I'm not too sure. I'm looking at you. No, we'll have it by Wednesday ready.
Okay.
If I need to work on Thanksgiving, I will, for you all. No, I'm going to try to get it done. It's a fairly light agenda, so I say fairly light, we just added 2 things to it, so it's an agenda. But we'll have it posted, we'll send you an email, get everything in there.
It's just my first, like, holiday season, so I was just.
Me too.
Just asking, no pressure.
Yeah.
Just asking.
All right. Seeing no other comments coming at us, we'll move to adjourn at 10:30 p.m. Greatly appreciated tonight. Thank you.